Oh, wait a minute. I didn't do the countdown. Dang, nabbit, we're live. Hold on, I'm gonna do it real quick.
Good.
I don't feel right if we don't do it.
Yeah, you better
Sorry,
go.
guys. What's going on, guys? I know I am a complete goofball. And you know what? Y'all already know that, so it is okay. If I didn't do my countdown, I would have been on this whole panel tonight and I would have felt like something is missing. And I was not going to do that to myself. So anyway, welcome back to my channel, guys. Thank you so much for joining us. Tonight, we are going to be talking about Ready to Love Miami, season number 7. Second dose of Miami, episode number 4. I have my amazing panelists with me tonight for us to discuss, and it is a lot to discuss, a lot to unravel. This episode was explosive. I actually thoroughly enjoyed watching this episode. Like, I was really like, oh my God, what's going to happen next week? And I haven't felt like that since really the show started for this season. I feel like I felt like it was going to be good, but I just, it was kind of like this. But I'm excited. But anyway, you guys know in the very, very beginning, I like to introduce my panelists, and in the very end, for you guys that don't catch it in the very beginning, because they are very, very important and you guys need to know who they are and where you can find them. So we are going to start with Tyrone.
What's up, everybody? Tyrone E. Wilson here. You can find me at Ty Wilson 21 everywhere. It's always a pleasure to be up here. It is going to be fun tonight, and I look forward to it.
All right, Sharice.
Hello, everyone. I'm Sharice. You can find me at Sharice Logan and Logan Skincare. That's my brand and my skincare company. I'm also from the Miami Ready to Love season. I guess season 1 Miami? No. How does that go?
Season 6, Ready to Love Miami #1.
Right.
Yeah. Who knows at this point?
That part.
P.O.?
Yes, yes, P.O. From Potomac, Ready to Love. I'm here. I'm in the building. You know me. That's what we do. I come up here to enjoy the fellow panelists and provide just a little bit of, spark to it. Let's get it.
Definitely out of spark. And Tyrone, let everybody know, because you're from Ready to Love as well. Let them know which Ready to Love you are from, because you never say it.
I keep forgetting. I'm from Ready to Love DC. I was on the cast with Sabrina. I'm sure J-Dub will remind us again of that at some point tonight. So let's go.
Right. And also, just to let you guys know, Stacey B fans that are out there, she is behind the scenes right now. She is about to log on. So Stacey B fans, she is coming, and supporters and friends and family of hers. And just to let you guys know, if you don't know who I am, for you newcomers, because I do have a lot more followers on Instagram, and I just went live on Instagram to let you guys know that I'm getting ready to go live over here. I am Sabrina from Ready to Love DC with Tyrone. And if you guys have not watched our season, make sure you go back and watch all of the seasons that we are on. You got Ready to Love DC up here. You got Ready to Love first season of Miami. You have Ready to Love Potomac. You have Ready to Love Houston about to log in. So yeah, it's a whole lot of Ready to Love, because we are ready to talk about Ready to Love. But anyway, shout out to you guys in the chat. I see you guys like in there, and I appreciate you guys so much. Thank you so much for supporting me, for supporting my panelists, for supporting our panels. We love you so much. Do not forget to like this video. If you have not, we will give you a second to go and hit that thumbs up. If you have not subscribed to my channel and to Tyrone's channel and to Sharice's channel, and to subscribe or to follow us on Instagram, make sure you do that as well. And all my deets are down below in the description box.
Y'all know where my
You're gonna
phone
see
is?
what's going on.
Maybe I need to.
Oh, So we added Stacy B, and I'm going to mute her mic because she's getting it together. Until she gets it together, we will begin with Stacy B. Now, before we even begin, what y'all got to say about episode 4? And you just a real quick sum it up.
It was good. It was really good. I thought it was interesting on the yacht party.
Yeah.
Got very complex.
Yeah.
I was saying it's about damn time that we get some ish going.
Right.
It's damn time.
Yeah.
Facts.
It was. I would look at it as both fire and ice. Right. It was fire because it was just spicy, and some people was just ice cold.
Yeah, we definitely got to see a lot of their personalities come out.
Yeah.
And you know, because it, like, I had questions about like certain people. Like, I know people were feeling some type of way about Tony. I was like, I'm starting to get a feel for Tony. I'm starting to get a feel for Blake even more. I'm starting to get a feel for Morgan, and I'm glad we were able to see Anthony. And I'm so sad with Andre, but we're gonna get into all that. That's just to kind of sum it up, to let you guys know what, you know, is in store for tonight. You guys know I do have my slide pictures that I'm going to be putting up. I do read my notes, and if you guys have any comments to pretty much say of whatever we're discussing at that moment, definitely put it in the comment section. You guys know sometimes I do put your comments on the screen, and sometimes we do discuss them. So definitely stay active with us, because we want to know your thoughts as well. Like, it's our panel, but you know, you're a part of this too. But anyway, let's go ahead and begin. The episode starts with the men meeting on a group fishing date. They discuss some of their connections, and then Tommy shows up. He asked them that, oh, let me extend my notes. Sorry. Oh, he asked them, are they enjoying themselves and enjoying the process? And he pretty much lets them know, well, you know what? I've arranged a yacht parties for you singles, and to let them know that one woman will be eliminated on that boat ride. So in the very, very beginning, we do have, or the very first date before the yacht party even gets here, Mark Anthony says that he wanted to go out with Jeffrey to get to know her a little bit more better. They do go on a solo date. Jeffrey says that he is tall, he is fine, and he got some nice teeth. He seems to be natural at bull riding, which is their date, and her, not so much. Mark Anthony asked her, what is she looking for in this journey? She responds that she wants a leader, she wants a protector, she wants a provider, a confidant. She is a nurturer and a giver, and she wants that to be reciprocated to her. She does ask Mark Anthony, could you ever see yourself with or in a blended family, because he doesn't have no kids. He says yes, he could do a blended family, and he actually wants kids of his own. Sorry guys, I'm having a hard time talking today. She says that he shocks her, and she does want another date with him. He says that he never dated a woman with children, so he wants to walk down this very, very slowly with Jeffrey. Thoughts on the Jeffrey and Mark Anthony date?
All right. So he said he never dated a woman that has kids before, right?
Yep.
So Jeffrey at this point should let him break his virginity on somebody else, right? Because in terms of, I mean, you know, dating somebody with kids, right? Because it's like you get thrown into this dynamic. There's a lot of stuff that's, you know, that's got to take place. So I just think like that probably is never going to go anywhere serious. It's like saying I've never been in love before. That ain't going nowhere.
I think they had an overall interesting conversation. I don't know where it could go or how serious they could become, but I thought that they at least talked about each other and what they had going on.
Yeah. I mean, I said, go ahead. I keep telling Sharice about that pause that she has. You done, Cherise? I just want to
I'm
make
not
sure.
going to say anything else.
Yeah, like I said from the beginning, Jeffrey is gonna get her a man out this process. It definitely feels more physical than anything else, especially with her. There was this one little really quick scene where Jeffrey asked Mark Anthony, and you can see Mark Anthony like look down in shock, about the question. Like I don't even think he really understands what it means, you know, to have kids, every single day. You know what I mean? Like that is not an easy task. And she has multiple kids.
So we're saying
Right.
she has her kids every single day. We don't know
Yeah.
that. Oh,
No, but I'm saying like for him to jump into a relationship, even if it's just
Yeah.
every other weekend, right? That's not an easy task. So there's a lot that
Yeah.
goes into it, especially if you're gonna be, the father figure, that male figure in the relationship.
But
That's
how
a
do you
lot.
know how to
It's a
be?
lot.
Yeah, and how do you know how to be a father figure to kids when you don't even like?
well, what if he wants to learn though? I don't think
I
that's
mean,
fair.
there's nothing wrong with learning, and I get that. I'm just saying, she raised a valid question when she said, blended, like she has more than one child, right? And so it's kind of like, I don't know. I mean, if I walked in and if I never had kids at all, walking into some situation where there were multiple kids that I had to
Oh, but
grow
when
up
I
on,
said it, when I met a
Mhm.
guy and he had 3 kids on the show, and I said it was too much for me, it was wrong. So
I
it's okay
never said
for
that.
it to be too much
Nope.
for him
No, I never said that.
No.
And
because
We
she's
agree
a
with you.
woman.
Well,
yeah,
actually, Sharice, that was the point I was going
What
to
you
bring up
think,
today
Stacey?
because
Right.
Mhm.
actually that was the point because that's something as a mom I defended you on. Like I pray
Mhm.
that my ex has someone like you who can fully communicate what their expectations are as being the bonus mom. And I think that it was unfair of how you were treated behind whatever your comments were. But nobody said anything about whatever her name is. MA. Who is MA? Maria?
Mark
Marcia?
Anthony,
No,
you
Mark
might be thinking
Anthony is the
about.
guy.
Mark
Him
Anthony
saying,
and Jeffrey. My bad.
Mhm.
Mark
Right.
Anthony and
Mhm.
Jeffrey. Nobody gave Jeffrey anything about she didn't want to deal with other people's kids. She said, it's highly complicated with women, when you're dealing with women with children. And that's not true. That's not always true. People overcomplicate things with women with
Mhm.
children. There are some very
listen,
like low conflict moms out here. We just want our kids to be happy. We don't care about
right.
all right.
all that other
Can I
foolishness.
keep
We
it up?
are
Can I
grown,
keep it
living
up?
our best lives. And I'm
So,
gonna keep it a buck with you, PO, since I wasn't here. So
mhm.
I feel like you're like missing a little bit of me.
Oh yeah,
Let
no
me
doubt.
overflow from last week.
Right.
But
Hmm.
so I feel like it's unfair to say a woman or man who don't have children of themselves are underqualified or unqualified to be a bonus addition to any children's
Nah,
lives because you
nah,
don't know if that
and you're
person
right.
godchildren, little sisters. Like we don't live in this world where we don't interact with other people, where we don't have common sense. You know what I mean?
I understand.
Somebody might be
I
a
do.
teacher. Somebody may
But
not be able to have kids. There's other
right,
complications like that that prevent people from having kids, but that doesn't mean that their love or protection or care is not as
right.
strong as someone who is able. I think that's unfair.
No, and I
I
and I
agree.
and I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying, but here's where we fall. Here's where we fall off, right? So, and I could just tell you, me when I didn't have kids, in my immature mind or whatever, not fully adulting, right? Because I don't know what that looks like. If I would have walked into a situation and somebody had no kids, and I show up when it's dinner served, I want that big piece of chicken, right? And that them kids, if it's on those kids' plate, I'm taking that off of that plate if I paid for it. But that's just but hold on, that's me feeling like, okay, I'm a man, I'm entitled to this or whatever. Highly insensitive though to take, just go ahead and like, man, you need to send me that piece of chicken over here. That type of stuff creates conflict. But, so because if you're living single and solo with no kids, you don't understand, that dynamic of sharing or whatever. So the things that you're used to, right, goes away.
Right.
And now you have to sort of play into this other role, and you're like, man, I ain't really know it was going to be all like this. Now I have to sacrifice, and I didn't even, I didn't get the feelings that created this situation. Somebody else got the feelings, and now I get the responsibility.
Well, that's unfair, Paul, because
It is.
that sounds like someone that's incredibly immature. So someone
Yeah, exactly.
Have the experience, but they might be ready for the situation. That's
right, and that's
like,
what I'm saying.
I'm not going to enter a relationship, like a serious connection, that I'm not ready for.
Right.
You know what I mean? We
I understand,
have time,
but I'm talking to you.
Like, just like
right,
you prepare yourself for marriage, you prepare yourself to be a wife. You were never a wife before. Some of us were
right.
a wife or a husband before, but it was a totally different relationship. I hate when people discount women and men who do not have their own natural children.
Right.
And they discount them as being underqualified for being in children's lives. I think that's unfair. And this is a single mom talking to you.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's unfair. That's like saying all men are dogs.
But
because she knows single friends like me, we care about her children.
Right.
We don't have any children of our own.
I'm just giving perspective. I'm not saying this as a matter of fact. I'm giving perspective.
Do you have any children?
Yeah, I have two.
You got some daughters.
I got twins.
How old?
28.
Twins.
Yeah. So here's my thing. This is what I'm saying though.
So he's out of touch.
I'm very in touch. Time out.
You don't have any grandkids yet.
No. Hold on. Let me address this. I'm in touch because my ex.
I don't
had
mean
a child. No. I'm not saying. I know that. I'm telling you, my ex-wife had a child before we had children together. She had a son, and I came on the scene, and that our son was 9 months old. So essentially, I was raising him, and then I got hit with twins. So I never even knew what it was like to have one child, understand, of my own. You know what I'm saying? And so when you think about that picture, I was mature enough to pick up the pace and say, you know what, I'm going to be here and stand in proxy for his father who, isn't up to the task. I did that. But what I'm saying is when I'm talking to you about the other side of that, I know men, and I know men that are like, yo, if that kid come over here, he's going to be my stepson and he's going to get treated like that. And I don't like to see that coming from certain people. So there is a duality here. It's not that somebody just wants to show up, and do what they do. There's also a part of that where when they're showing up, they're not coming with the correct posture to deal with this stuff. So they have this
Paul.
Yeah, they have this immature background.
So then guess what, Paul? A character flaw of them, and that woman doesn't deserve to have that man in her life. Like, he doesn't deserve her if that's how he comes into it. Like, what I was saying was that,
I feel like I see an immaturity in him that's not ready for that.
And that's something I agree with you on. And I absolutely
and that's why I said
on your assessment. But I'm
saying
that's
why I said he needs to go pop his cherry somewhere else.
Correct, but I'm gonna say to blanket cover all men or all women who may not have biological kids of their own. We don't know what kind of biological issues they have going on, what kind of medical
not
issues.
At all.
We don't know. That doesn't disqualify them for being the best for some of our kids. I look at people like Sharice, Paul. I look at you. I look at Tyrone. I look at Sabrina. I would love for my kids to have one of you. They have a father in their life.
Right.
I'm not dating to have a replacement dad. I'm dating for me. I'm in this era where I'm dating for me, right? I'm gonna be my kids are gonna be gone. You know, I have older kids. My youngest is 10. So in 7 years, I'm gonna be by myself. Think about it. By the time I meet somebody and we're really in a relationship and we're getting married and stuff, that's what, 2, 3, 4 years. She about to be out the house. You know what I mean? So my issue isn't dating to father. My issue is dating for love and dating for Stacy. So on one hand, it's a like misconception about single moms, right? Like, oh, everybody need a daddy for their kids. No, we don't. Our kids are good.
No.
Some of our kids are good. Especially got a mother like this one right here and this one right here. Our kids are good. My prayer is that a Tyrone, a P.O., a Sharice, a Sabrina, I pray that my children's father has a partner like you guys who I know will come with love and care and support of my children. That's it. Anybody else? I'm not going to blanketly say because you don't have one already, you're disqualified. I believe that.
No.
And best believe whoever she is, I'm sending her a Louis Vuitton for Christmas, baby, on Valentine's Day because I appreciate you, sis. I can't wait to have one.
I know.
Yeah, no, I'm not challenging that. I'm simply speaking on from the characteristics.
I'm sending bags.
Right. So I just feel like Mark Anthony is not ready for that life.
Yes, because I guess Jeffrey says she was looking for a father figure. So you're saying he's too young to be a father figure to
not young,
he doesn't have enough experience.
I don't see that maturity in him. I feel like he's, from what I see anyway, I don't see any depth that would, mesh well with what she's looking for. That's what I'm saying. The end.
Tyrone, you got anything?
Yeah, I'm afraid to say anything.
I'm gonna say a word. I'm gonna say
Nah, I mean the only thing I ever said about the situation was I wonder if Mark Anthony truly understands what it takes to take on 2 kids. Because the way that he answered it, so the way that he answered it, there was no reservations, no nothing. He just responded really, really quick, like, yeah. And I feel like she would have understood if he needed to take a moment to be like, okay, multiple kids, me and you, but I'm pretty sure he had to have thought about that prior to the date. And, he had to have known it was going to come up. So he needed to be prepared to answer that question. I just think he just answered, really, really fast. And I was in a situation similar to Paul. My daughter's mom had 2 kids before me. So it was like I woke up one day and I now have 3 kids.
Right.
And I was 30 in my early 30s. So in a similar situation. So I get it. And that's why I was saying that. And my father, who met me when I was 1.5, was not my biological father, but he stood in, and that takes a lot. So that's all I was questioning. I just wanted to make sure, that he truly understood that, and he's, truly ready for that.
Right. I think that he needs some practice. He needs to get his.
I would.
Go.
I wouldn't say practice.
He needs to go. Well, not practice. He needs to go and deal with whatever he needs to get out of his system, and then get back to it.
I'm not gonna go with what Paul said. I wouldn't want my kids to be, the punching bag kids that some random dude get to practice on. Come on, Paul.
Hey, yo, I know dudes like that though. Real talk.
Well, he did say that in his green screen that he never dated a woman with kids, so he does want to walk down this very, very slowly. He did say that, because, also too, to let you know, like when we are on our green screens, we have producers that are sitting in front of us that's asking us these questions. We're not just sitting in front of the camera and we're just talking about stuff. So just to let you guys know, if we're like, yeah, I don't know why Tony did that and and when we were sitting there and I need y'all to understand that there are people in front of us that have a list And they're like, so Sabrina, what did you think about and how Tony felt about and when he kissed such and such? Like, they're literally asking us these questions. So just to let you know that they probably asked Mark Anthony, and at that very moment, he probably thought about it, because they do say stuff to you like, are you really ready to be a father to 3 kids? Like, that is something that they could have possibly said to him. And that's probably why he made the comment. But on screen with Jeffrey, she like, you ready to be a kid? You know, I mean, a father to 3 kids. He like, oh, yeah, I can do that. I can do that. Yeah. You know, like, because he just, you know, he was answering. He's trying to make it to the end. He's trying to get the girl. He's trying to, you know what I'm saying? Get what he can get, whatever he's trying to get out of it. And that's the answer that he gave, because at that very moment, that's how he was feeling. I don't really think that he thought about the question really until a little bit later. But like I said, I think he's in it to win it. But I don't negate and doubt that he doesn't like Jeffrey. You know what I mean? But to come into a situation and father 3 children that isn't his, for, you know, if he had dated women with kids before, I could be like, oh, okay, he you know, he done got his feet wet. He understands like what it would take. You know what I'm saying? But the fact that he's never done it, honey, I'm a single mom, full-time single mom from conception. That's my life. That's where I am. Full-time single mom to 1 kid. And let me tell you something, it's been one of the most challenging things I've ever done. So to have someone come in and, you know, father 3 children, you know, I really don't think that he understands the severity of that role. And I think he just kind of answered prematurely. I mean, that's just my thoughts. Not saying that he doesn't like her and he wouldn't do it, but I just think he didn't really think about it thoroughly. Probably not even in the process.
I definitely agree with you guys. Like, I can see where Ty and P are coming from. Like, there was an insincerity about it. I see where Sabrina's coming from. Like, his response was like like an impromptu, not thought out. Like, oh, it's go time. Let me just say what somebody wanted me to hear. I totally understand what I was saying was just generally speaking for people who are in the world, because I never wanted to be like, people don't think, like, women, like moms like me, don't feel like there are people capable of being in our children's lives. I think what I didn't realize in listening to our dialogue, I didn't realize that Jeffrey had mentioned like the father figure for kids. So that's pivotal. So I didn't catch it on a show, but I'm glad y'all brought that point up. That makes a big difference in this conversation.
No doubt.
So I totally get where y'all are coming from. Thank y'all for that.
Anything else with God? That was that was the first scene. We ain't even got to the yacht yet. Goodness.
Right? Me and Stacey already
fire.
Yeah, I'm leaning towards Paul now. Like, this felt like one of the most produced episodes yet. Like everything, the dialogue to the fishing, to the who set this up. Like, Tommy, you know who set this. Come on. You know what I mean? So yeah, I get it. Even the way that they're explaining, the way that they're switching from person to person. Like, come on.
It's a lot, but whew, Lord have mercy. All right, so before the yacht, we have another date where Blue meets Marcia on a solo date. She begins to tell Blue that she doesn't like outdoor stuff. She don't like hiking. She don't like fishing. Blue says that it's just being on the water for him. You know, he's like, well, what about a cabin? She responds, nope. She says that she's scared of animals and that pretty much that both of them, her and Blue, they'll get through it. We'll get through it. Yeah, he likes all that stuff. I don't, but we'll make it work. Blue says that the date was fun, but her do's and don'ts are red flags to him. He said for that, he will automatically put you in the friend zone. She states that she used to say that she didn't want to deal with anyone with kids. And why complicate your life if you don't have to? Blue does respond and says, should I leave now?
That's the part. That's the one. My bad. That's the one. Everybody wants to talk about Sharice, but I ain't hear nobody saying nothing this week. Talking about they don't want to deal with kids. Everybody owes Sharice an apology.
Yeah, I think she
Everybody
said
work.
Thank you,
I,
Stacy.
yeah, I think she
She
said
said she don't want to
everything.
deal with like
Right. She said everything in her power to turn this man off, right?
Facts.
And it seems like she was cold shouldering him, and that was her way of getting him off of, or getting herself off of his radar. I didn't think she was interested in him at all. Because
but say
normally,
that.
but
Don't
see,
waste
the
the same
thing is,
time.
yeah, I mean, this is people are going to be passive aggressive because they're in this situation, in this process where you have to try to be open, right? But, you know, in general, if it was somebody that was interested in them, they would say, yeah, typically I don't really do outdoor stuff. I mean, I'm willing to, try
Try.
it or whatever. But, when somebody says, no, it's a no for me, and everything else is
But
a no for
Paul,
me about
I
you,
if
thought
Blue
it
would
was
have
a
asked,
then
little.
if Blue would have asked her, "Do you like to breathe air?" She would have said, "No, I don't like to breathe air either. I'm not about to breathe."
I think so. But you know
yeah, I
what I
mean, I
was
don't think she was
thinking when she
interested.
said that, because I agree.
You drink water? No, I don't drink water.
I agree. Like I am not into fishing. I would have to agree with her, but it's something that I would do if my partner. I would prefer him to do that with his friends or whatever,
Right.
or or if it was like a fishing trip. But I'm not into fishing. It's just not something I do. But I thought that the way that she said it, clearly she's not interested in him. Because I just would have said,
Very
it's
dismissive.
honestly to say you're not into something. It's like, if you're not into it, you're not into it. But she did say that in a way where I was like, oh wow.
Yeah.
She's like,
It was like,
fishing is disgusting. Why do you want to
was
do that? So I was like, oh,
It was
she's kind of
definitely,
like,
but everything
what's
he
up?
said, it wasn't just fishing. He was like, "You don't like being on the water. Oh, do you
Nope.
like cabins?" Like he was
Nope.
trying to find something that he had in common with her, right?
Yeah.
And one thing about dating, like he might not be
Yeah.
your type or whatever, but clearly we're here because we don't do anything right sometimes in dating. And we need to
right.
venture outside of our box. You can't come into a situation where it's just negative, no, 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 but you don't have no man. So maybe you should try something differently. Fishing doesn't mean you gotta fish. Y'all know how peaceful being on the water. Now
I
fish.
love to fish and crab.
I love fishing. And I'll tell y'all,
Right.
I like to watch people do it, but I don't know how to do it. I like to watch, but I don't do it.
I've said this before, and I love to fish, right? My uncle always taught me, and this is a lesson I learned for myself. If you got to beat it off your pole, you don't need it. And I had to beat a catfish off my pole just to get that hook out of it one good time. And so that applies to life. You got to beat it off your pole, you don't need it. However, it's very peaceful out there. I love it out there. Like it's so nice. Like you don't even have to fish all the time. You can sit back, chill, drink your drink, and watch the men.
I'll be drinking while you guys are fishing,
like,
and I'll eat fish and help you cook it. And
there
the
you go.
Women always talk. A lot of women always talk about how they like the hunters. Like they want to be pursued. They like a manly man. How else manly is a man that's going out there and getting whatever catch you want with his own hands? Girl,
you will always eat, okay?
Facts.
Who's gonna be hungry? And that's a low calorie diet.
Cheers, especially if he's getting a good fish.
Baby, ain't nothing like them reds.
This conversation made me worried about Marcia, in her future, because that was a big difference from her and Blue's first conversation. Like Blue started off as her safe space and everything. Right. And even in a previous conversation, I think it was Lyndon when she was talking about how she likes monkeys or something. So it wasn't about her not liking animals. It was about, her feelings for Blue. So when I was watching it, I was like, what is going on here? What is happening? And then it hit me and I was like, Tony is what's happening. Because if you remember in a confessional, when she was describing the date, like she went the extra mile and said, I really, really like it here.
Mm-hmm.
Remember that? So it made me feel like she was emotionally invested in And I'm only remembering this
Thanks.
because I finally finished my video today. So yeah. I got to catch up. I'm on episode 2.
Yeah, you'll get it. You'll get it, Ty. You're almost there. Well, yeah, that date was cringe for me. I know how I am on dates with people that I don't really care for, like after the first, because you know when you sit down and you're meeting someone and you're on a date with them, you know within like the first at least 15 or 20 minutes if you feel in them or not. You know what I mean? And I know for me, if you do something or say something or whatever, especially like if it's a deal breaker, and it's usually quick because I know what I want, I know what I like, I just know. And if you say that one thing or do that one thing or whatever, like I'm good. And just like Blue was good with her. So you know what I mean? So, but
cut your losses early.
Yeah, I just think that she should have handled it a little bit differently because in her head, I don't think that she thought like maybe he gonna go back and tell all the other dudes like, you know what I'm saying? Like he friend zoned me and he don't even really feeling me because for real, I really wasn't feeling him. So I was like, I don't do that and I don't like this and I don't like, you know what I mean? So maybe he might tell them so that could hurt her chances. If anything, she should have just played it and, you know, like you on a date, you getting to know these people, but she like kind of self-sabotaged herself and that could have ruined her in a sense. So that's just my thoughts. But
that's a good point, Sabrina. I never talked about that. I never thought about that.
Yeah.
Which, because you know, we don't know who went home yet. So that's a good point.
Right. And then too, it's like when you're on the show, you don't think about those kind of things because you're not thinking Game of Thrones. You know what I'm saying? You're not thinking strategic like some of us aren't thinking like that. But you know, the ones that really aren't, that's the stuff we do. And we like, oh damn, maybe I shouldn't have said, you know, but then it'd be too late. You know what I'm saying? So, but
I wonder though, in this season, who is going to want to self-eliminate? Because right around like either episode 6 or 7, that's when you'll start seeing that stuff coming out. But people are just like, yeah, I'm over it and I'm ready to go. And I just wonder who that's going to be in this cast because I got a.
You said 6th or 7th episode.
Yeah, so I have a sneaky suspicion that somebody's going to do it.
If I had to guess, I would say DeMario.
What? I don't. DeMar, he got people that like him though. I feel like if anybody do it, it's Blue. Because who Blue really got connections with? Blue, honestly, he seems like he's very level-headed. He seems like he's calm. He seems like he's really down to earth. I don't really see him as like a game player. I see him just like, honestly, like as a regular guy. And I'm starting to feel like he probably feel like, yeah, like I'm gonna be forcing it. And because he really seems like he's like mature on that level. Like I feel like I'm forcing it and I feel like so. But I don't think anybody's gonna. If anybody's gonna do it, it was Andre. Because we're gonna.
Yeah,
well,
I feel like
he'll be back
with the virus. With the I meant the COVID. The virus.
He'll be back.
I feel like Blue might just be voted off at the bottom, and also for the people that like DeMario, I don't think many people like her, so she gonna be voted off next.
Her.
Yeah,
you cut her, and then
who's going to be voted off? It's Marcia.
She already at the bottom.
Jeffrey and
Corvea.
Who's the other person? And Corvea. It's those 3.
Yeah. And I don't know how Sue sticks around, but we'll see.
Challenging Jeffrey.
So
we'll
I don't understand why. Oh, we're not on that part yet. Why did Blake like?
We about to come.
So let's go.
All right. The day of the yacht party. Before they board, Tommy tells the singles that Andre has tested positive for the big C and he has removed himself from the process. Cynthia says that she was so sad because she really had a great date with him. She felt that she was really able to get to know him and she was looking forward to getting to know him even more. Jeffrey said that she was shocked and he was a priority on her list. The ladies at that time find out that someone will be going home on the yacht ride. Now, the first singles to sit down are Anthony and Cynthia. Cynthia says that she had heard some great news about Anthony. She says that she wanted her turn with Anthony too. She said that they talk about their kids. Cynthia says that she was impressed with him. He knew what he wanted and how he handled the conversation. She really liked it. She says that he is a male version of her. She says that her person is someone that is going to wake up every day and choose her and she is not taking anything less. Anthony says that Cynthia has a lot to offer and he has learned so much about her and that they want the same things and the same outcome. So Anthony and Cynthia. Okay, first of all, before we even go that far, how y'all feel about Andre and him getting the big C, but him completely removing himself from the process? Like,
why do you say he removed himself?
Because he removed himself. That's what Tommy said.
right.
Yeah, because he has COVID.
Oh.
But he can come back in a week.
Right. Somewhat. Right. Last season,
I gave him the side eye.
No, listen, Cynthia and him had a connection. Pay attention. Pay attention. I'm dropping a jewel. Pay attention. You never know. Him and Cynthia had a connection. He left. COVID heals in 2 weeks. Anything could happen in 2 weeks. We're only on the 4th episode.
Which one is Cynthia?
As soon as they announced that he had the COVID, they went straight to Cynthia.
The fact that you said the COVID is hilarious. Like the Walmart.
Right. I gave it the side eye because y'all know how the COVID protocols were, right? And if one person gets
can you
COVID,
put Cynthia up? Do you have that clip? Do either of y'all have that clip? I'm sorry, Tyrone. Sorry.
Which one? Which one?
When y'all said that the camera panned
exactly. When he tested positive last season and came back. Exactly. Right. The man, don't count Jay out.
I definitely think he'll be back.
And blow y'all away.
I definitely think he'll be back. Watch my official trailer breakdown. But yeah, I definitely think he'll be back.
I believe it too, but he did say that he was because he says it wasn't fair to the other singles. He said that he was going to remove himself from the process. That's what Tommy said. That's what he said.
It wasn't fair for what?
I'm just saying what Tommy said.
He don't want to give the COVID to anybody.
Yeah.
No, we understand. So I'm wondering, when did this happen? Because
I was going to say, can we call it the big C?
The big C, because another round, we don't want you to get any docs, Sabrina.
I know.
Oh, okay.
We don't want them to put the little flasher across the video. This is
what about a virus? Can we say that? No,
I don't even want to say that.
All right.
Who else may have caught it?
That thing.
And production's
supposed
to shut down.
You right, Sharice. That thangy thing. That thangy thing.
That thangy thing to make it go away and come back.
Well, I'm not saying that he won't.
That thangy thing.
Hold on, let me see if I can find it because I can't even play it. Hold on 1 second.
Damn, Danny. Can I say damn? Danny over here taking it real far.
Come on now. Come on.
Oh,
on it. Hold on.
We wouldn't even play like that, sis or bro. I don't know. Danny is like one of those names. It's like it can be a girl or a guy, so I don't want to offend anybody.
all. Sadly, our brother Andre has tested positive for COVID.
Oh no.
So, out of respect for you all, he decided to step away from the process.
That's BS.
Right, meaning out of respect for you all, like, you know, that
How
thing
you
thing
gonna
didn't
say
get
was
past
respectful for me?
the.
I mean, that makes sense.
He didn't say his
How
journey
you
ended.
gonna
He
judge
stepped
what's
away.
ready for me or what I'm comfortable with? You don't know. I'm vaccinated or whatever. Oh, can I say that? Can we say the V word? Not to be
Y'all
confused
didn't want him
with
to
the
stay
B.
away if he has something.
No, I was wondering who else got it because he's been awfully
But I
close
didn't
to
feel like
a
he
few
had.
people.
Oh, sorry.
Nobody. Somebody had it in my season too. She didn't give it to any of us, and I had a conversation with her.
I had it. And I was out there like last year.
I can't. I can't. Yeah, well,
Well,
Tommy said that he took himself out of the process, but you know, it is what it is. Y'all say y'all think he's gonna be back. I don't know. Maybe so.
Y'all think they're gonna throw that card for him? The girl's gonna come together and be like, "Oh, it's Andre. We miss Dre.
I mean, it would make sense.
It's just
But
weird.
he didn't get it voted off. They don't need it for him.
And he was a strong he was a strong single. Like I was
But
really
But
shocked.
stepping away, right? So I'm looking at spiritually fit, and so like to me, like if someone says stepping away, that means like they're disqualifying themselves.
Right.
Is that
That's
how y'all
what.
took it?
That's how I took
Nah.
it. Like,
I looked at that as him taking a quick moment, and he'll be back right back at you.
That's what I thought before I heard the clip again. But now that I heard the clip, it's temporary.
I hope so, because I really like Andre. Like I would like to see him, finish it out.
I hope so too, because he brought like a different, like a young, mature vibe to it. Like I really enjoyed Andre. I liked him.
Me too.
Y'all can say what y'all want about the little bangs, but I liked him and I liked his band.
No,
I like people who like who's
the flow is
artsy
slick.
like that. I love it.
Yeah, I think it's slick. I could be just hating just a little bit because I can't grow that.
I don't know. I like Andre. I just didn't care for the little rat tail in the front.
Well, I like him and I like his little rat tail. I think it's cute. I want to go curl it with my little bitty pinky finger.
Oh my God. Okay. 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 Anthony and Cynthia, what are your thoughts on their connection? I'm glad, and I'm just gonna keep saying it, I'm glad that they finally showed Anthony. It's like episode 4, and we're just now getting to like see him. So, and I'm glad that he's making a connection with Cynthia, especially since Andre is gone now.
Church finger, Ty, and Sabrina. These Tony tones be confusing me. Can maybe y'all put up a reminder so I can remember which one is Anthony and which one's Tony right now?
Well, show them the date. Show them the date with him and Cynthia on the yacht.
I'm about to.
So I would drop a gem on y'all because I do the
I
research.
like it's Ty. Come on, Ty.
Remember when they were?
I think Stacey will appreciate this date, this conversation.
Remember when they were all at the table, 6 guys, and it was just Cynthia, and all the guys were interrogating Cynthia, trying to figure out who she likes.
Here it is.
What are you saying? You're muted, Stacey.
I know. I was like not trying to interrupt you because I'm really working on it. Green dress.
Kenya from Cali helping you too.
Cynthia green dress, like shut it down green. Okay.
Yes. So when y'all go back and watch that group date again with them at the table, the guys ask Cynthia who she's feeling. She says no, nobody, right? But she clearly looks at Tony and
Tony
then
or
looks at the
Anthony?
rest of the group. Anthony.
This is Anthony, right?
She clearly looks at Anthony and then looks at
Oh,
everyone else,
Lord.
which was kind of weird because
That's
everyone
Anthony.
is over here and
So
Anthony was to
Anthony
her
is the
right.
one. Anthony is the nurse that can write you a prescription with a daughter, right? Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Got it. That's Anthony. And then which
Yes.
one is Tony though?
Tony is the one
Prayer
who's
dude. The dude that be praying.
Okay, got it. I really like Anthony. This guy, I feel like I don't know where he's gonna end up or who's gonna love him, but I feel like he's somebody's
Who's gonna love him?
wonderful husband right here. I feel like this is a whole husband right here.
I think you're right, Stacy. I get the same feeling.
I don't know. Sharice talking like she knows something from the inside. I'm just saying.
No, I just have a feel like he's,
Mm-hmm.
he's talking good. He has a career. He said he was ready for marriage. His introduction. He has his house. He has his career. The next thing is marriage.
Hey, what is a tax director? What is that?
You have to ask the tax collector. That sounds like a verse in the Bible where they ran the tax collectors out the church.
What's a tax director, though?
I have no idea
tax director?
what that is. Because I know, like, an accountant does taxes. I don't
Right.
know tax director.
Is that
Wait a
like
minute.
Jackson Hewitt?
I don't know.
Wait a
like-
minute. I just read the comments. And Spiritually Fit said Tony is the one that kisses every woman's shoulders. So has he been kissing shoulders like that? I feel like I haven't noticed.
Kissing the
He
shoulders.
definitely
There's
kissed
two.
Jonique's shoulders. He
Yeah.
definitely kissing on Morgan.
Baby,
There's-
Yeah, you get a lot of
like
skin
if
on
you
the
kiss
shoulder.
somebody's shoulder that's like up in this area, I might
Is
melt.
that endearing or is that offensive?
That's a lot of
I just might
exposed
melt in
skin.
this area. Like from here to here, I just might fall on the floor and melt like a puddle of water.
Is that
Coconut
endearing?
water. I don't know, but I feel like that's more of an intimate kiss than like my cheeks. I'm from the South, so like
Right.
everybody's like, so
Right.
maybe
The
for
shoulder
me,
is,
Yeah, that shoulder.
that's very like intimate. So like
that's like kissing the neck.
The shoulder's right before the neck and the ear.
mm,
Like that combo. It's a 1, 2, 3 combo, all the way up, and then and then.
I might get pregnant off a kiss on the shoulder.
I know, right?
Oh. Wow. Well, not me, because I'm going to take plan A, B, and C. Mm,
Dang, Sabrina.
mm-mm.
I'll be the dumb friend that be like, oh my God, he loves me. He kissed me right here on my arm, right here, 2 centimeters from my shoulder blade, but 3 centimeters from my underarm pit.
That's
So
why
he
you need
didn't
a friend
kiss
like me.
nothing.
You need a friend like me, like, girl.
Ronnie O, thank you.
Like,
Yeah,
you like
I
that
be playing. I'm really a thug over here. I just be playing.
Oh, God.
Yeah, okay, so I see what a tax director is. So it's like, okay, gotcha.
What is it?
You direct taxes and stuff.
You directing him to where? So he works for the IRS? So that's what they
I don't
say?
think he. No, I think he might work for he could work for Jackson Hewitt or Turbo.
Let me call my baby
I mean, not
daddy
Turbo.
and
Oh. And she goes. She funny. All right, guys. Does
I know his last name real quick.
Mm-mm. No. Mm-mm. So does
yeah, his last name is Danza. Danza.
Ew.
Tony Danza.
Oh my God.
Reese, your mic was on that ill. Twin, your mic was on.
So does anybody have anything else to say about Tony and Cynthia? I mean, Anthony and Cynthia.
We like Anthea.
We like Anthony and we like Cynthia. We like that conversation. It was very mature. And
Thank God.
If I needed to talk to a man, I'd call Cynthia and tell her to say it for me.
Blake pulls Sue Ann to the side because she went above and beyond for him when he was up for elimination. Blake presents her with a gift. She says that he is putting actions towards his words and they are getting closer, and he is one of her closest connections. Blake and Sue Ann.
Yeah, Blake, man, that's how you do it, bro. You know, you gotta come in strong and come in hot.
I hate that for her.
Let them know. Let them
I'm
know where your
sorry, I don't
intentions.
think he was engaged in the conversation with her. He did not seem that excited. He seemed like he was just going along with the flow.
Nah, he took his.
He seems like she's like really going to bat for him, and he's all like, "Oh yeah, well."
So let me just tell you something. Let me tell you something. Let me tell you something. A man has to get up out of his bed, wash his behind, put on clothes, and get in his car, drive to a place, and pick out a nice little something, right? There's time.
No, you don't. Amazon Prime will have that at the crib tomorrow morning.
That was dazzling, though.
Exactly where you going.
What's that?
Look like he was not. Play that, Sabrina. His scene, was
Ty, you know that
that don't look like Amazon.
You know that it's some blog or some YouTube people that have the show where they go around with the to test whether it's diamonds or not.
Mm-hmm.
Look at his face.
That's what I was thinking on this scene. I was like, test it. It's Amazon or Amazon Prime.
To me, it's like a sense of control, like a secret control thing that he's trying to create with only her. You know, if he was feeling her and only her, he had multiple times to tell her that.
He's doing that right now. He's doing that right now.
Not.
He's shooting his shot. He's shooting his shot all the way.
But he's not. If you listen to her,
he's saying, I'm invested in you.
If you listen to her, she's just as surprised to see this as everyone else. And it's a ring. It's not like a bracelet or anything.
No, it's a bracelet.
A bracelet?
It's a bracelet. She puts it on her wrist.
Yeah, that's a bracelet.
Then what is that? What is that I'm looking at in this little tiny box?
That's the diamond cluster right there.
So I feel like it's a diamond. You said diamond?
It looks like a
diamond cluster.
Okay.
You said diamond, or did you say cluster?
That's a diamond cluster.
Either way, I feel like that's just some type of mechanism to get her attached to him and have it be their own little secret.
May I ask you a question, Tyrone?
He done messed up with everybody else.
May I ask you a question? Is there something wrong with that?
Is there something wrong with a man not being genuine? Yes.
No.
Yes.
Is there something wrong? Is there something wrong with him saying, look, I'm into you above and beyond these other women out here?
That's not what he said.
I want to sit. But his
not
actions are saying that. His actions are saying, I'm setting you apart. I didn't do this for nobody else.
Oh, yeah, he's definitely setting her apart. He's definitely setting her apart.
So what can be wrong with that?
He's locking in.
It's manipulation. You have to stay away from people who use gifts to lure you in. We should have learned that already.
Yeah. If he was really feeling her, he would have did it in front of everyone.
So I have some tea. So what I found out yesterday was that I didn't realize that Blake is actually I've been like a Blake liker this entire time because sometimes on camera we're misunderstood. We get the shit. Like we don't know how it comes out sometimes. We just be looking away. But I found out he from Houston. So all y'all out there, y'all just pray for me because that's what I got to deal with out here in these Houston streets.
Who's from Houston?
Blake? So listen,
I mean,
let me say this.
Or representation.
Manipulation is a one party job, right? That means that I'm going to say and do this stuff and make you do all of this other stuff, right? Because I'm telling you, not by direct conversation, but by action. However, this lady was already, vying for Blake already. She was already doing that, and he just added on to that to say, "I'm supporting your efforts. I'm supporting you." And so here's a token of that appreciation, and I hope this goes far.
Paul, for the 4th straight week, would you hook Blake up with your sister?
Maybe one of them, because I don't particularly, I got a little bit of bad energy with her right now.
So you would hook Blake up with the bad energy one, because
No, I'm just saying though. I don't think that I can't say that this guy's a bad person. He's got some traits though of somebody that could be manipulative, but I haven't seen anything that was that effective to say, okay, that right there, okay, I can't ride with you no more. I haven't seen that yet. And if I do see that, I'll call it out. But I mean, I got to give the man a shot. We only on episode 4. We only on 4. I got to give him a chance to see what we can turn around, or is there something else behind this? Because I understand that they can make things be one way, and we can see it for what we see it as. But there could be something in the cup. We don't know. Until I see something that says that right there, bro.
But it wasn't even. But the gift wasn't even because he likes her. The gift was a token of his appreciation for sticking up for him.
Well, why? Okay, but my thing is this: what's wrong with that?
There's nothing wrong with that. There's not.
Okay, that's what I'm saying.
We know what it means.
Wrong with
a simple thank you is enough.
You're assuming.
Thank you for sticking up.
But see, you're assuming that's what he meant. You're assuming that he's saying, now I'm manipulating you with this. This is assumption, right? We have not yet seen that whole thing unfold. There has been nothing critical to happen where I can call it out with my own 2 eyes and say, bro, you just violated. Now, I can assume these things. These are all assumptions that we're making. Other than that, until it's hardcore critical, I'm not going to say that that's what he's doing. Okay. Simple as that.
But if we look at last season Miami, another cast member that was from Houston, he was a gifter too. So I'm just saying that maybe it's
and I rolled for him. And then there were certain actions that he had that I couldn't support. And I called that out.
So can you help me understand what is Blake doing that you don't support right now at this moment?
I mean, listen, right now, it's too early to tell. I haven't seen him do anything wrong. I haven't seen him use any type of thing that was disrespectful, right? I haven't seen that yet. Now, if he comes out and just is straight up, just mad disrespectful, just doing the most, right? Then I'd have to say, okay, yeah, that's wrong. He didn't do anything. He didn't do nothing.
Put it back up, Sabrina.
What is he doing right, Paul? Who is he genuinely showing interest in?
I think he's just trying to fill it out, and I think that he has. I think that he has his default, his go-to in Suzanne.
Paul,
I
come
see
on,
that.
man. That dude has already assessed who he has a chance with. And with everybody else, the chance is 0.
Okay, so but what's wrong with
So
that
he's
though?
locking her down
Nothing
to get
wrong
the
with it.
vote.
Listen, nothing wrong with it, especially if the
It's
people,
not genuine. It's
if the
not genuine.
folks. All right, so let me just say this though. We know these twists and turns comes, right? And the typical format for this type of stuff is we're gonna bring you in, make you look terrible, and we're gonna build you up, and then we'll probably hit a valley and bring you down some. So we don't really know, I haven't seen a vulnerable moment yet, but I'm still waiting for it. That's what I'm saying.
Paul, because you're not gonna see a vulnerable moment.
You don't know that.
Let that shit go. You can deliver, but you ain't gonna deliver vulnerability. You can deliver everything else, but what you ain't gonna deliver right now is vulnerability and authenticity. That shit is dead. Like I said, if you gotta direct my attention to shiny things instead of who you are as a person, your personality, your character. If you have to distract me with other things to get my attention off of what is before
why
me.
Is he doing that?
Listen, 1 second. We all love when Santa Claus come in first.
Yeah.
We all be waiting for Santa Claus. But the day after Christmas, the truth is what you're really playing with.
What you really working with?
No, he didn't do anything. He didn't do anything wrong yet. He didn't do anything wrong yet.
With your family, you're gonna go eat. You're gonna go with character. You're not gonna go with these little toys that caught your attention for 2 seconds.
All right, real quick.
You can try to justify the foolery.
Okay, real quick.
You know what, P.O.?
I would just like.
It's almost Valentine's Day. Just send me
everybody.
stuff. Since you want to just waste money on shiny things, I'll give you my address when we go off air. Just send me stuff and get it out your system. Get it out your system.
All I want to know is what did he do wrong? What did he do wrong?
Oh, you bearing gifts, but you can't get no chicken for the kids.
Where should I start? Where should I start, Paul?
What did he do wrong? Anywhere.
You gonna eat the kids' chicken, but you bearing gifts.
Take all of his dates and turn the video off. Just listen to the audio, but just do the voice isolation and watch all of his dates again.
I will. I'm gonna
tell you what. But let me give him a compliment. That hair, like,
thank you.
I feel like his hair is on point. Like it's on point. Like you know when you go to Atlanta. And in Atlanta, they have the like some Dominicans, and I mean they use a little bitty round brush that's like the size of a pencil, and they do that curl and they do it. Let me tell you about his hair. Now his hair is perfect.
Which one, Blake?
Yeah, he got that perfect little the skin is size.
He is perfect. He is.
You know that 0.5 Dominican round brush that they will straighten it out, but it's like the size of a pencil, and they will straighten it all.
Yes, a little small one. Get down in there, like the nap of the hair, right in the.
He got them anti-pearly. How she got that little skinny little the roller, the pink sponge roller, and it's real
to the
little.
Front. Put a little bin on it.
Well, I'll tell you what. Like I said,
I know you wish
I'm a rad. Yeah, exactly. I do wish I had that. I had it before, but I kind of gave up on it. But
I'm trying to give you a compliment here.
I'm sorry, his dimples and then the fade thing too. Is he giving me gecko or something?
Gecko.
I just want to see.
Lizard.
I'm gonna ride for my underdogs every time. Until they show me that they don't need the support that I'm going to give them. If they do something ill, I got to stand on the side of right and
Thank you, Mimi.
And let it
looking good
be
tonight.
So to be clear, Paul, what do you think the bracelet was for?
I think that
diamond out for spilling
his facial expression.
No. I think that it was a part of reinforcing.
That was a genuine woman reward.
No, I think he was reinforcing the fact that, yo, I'm gonna need you. I need you to be here. So this is
Right.
a side of me that I'm giving to you to fuel your fire. I mean,
This
and there's nothing
so
wrong
you
with
can
that.
go fight for me. This is what this is doing. I need you to go back to that
Yeah.
lounge because I know everybody else is singing and knows who I am, but I'm gonna give you this gift so you can go and you can.
Yeah, I think it just adds some unnecessary
Save
pressure
me.
on her to not,
She was already doing that.
go against him.
She was not. She was already doing that.
I
She was already
mean,
Hey,
doing
real
that.
quick, real quick, y'all can continue this conversation. I'm with Mimi. If you're on your phone watching this live, hit the little X in the corner because I watch as we're going and I have to remember, like, as a panelist to X out because this is a really good conversation. X out, hit the like, and then come back to the live chat. So easy. You ain't about to miss nothing, baby. You know, Daddy Paul, the one that delivers, he gonna drag it out so you ain't even missing nothing.
Definitely, guys. If you are, because we have 195 of you watching right now. If you have
like 200 people and 55 likes, like,
yeah,
what y'all doing? Just go. Here, I'm giving y'all 2 seconds. Go, come right back.
boom. I just smashed that like button.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Oh my gosh, y'all. I have these fruity flies in my house. Please, y'all, DM me and let me know how to get rid of fruity flies.
Yeah, no, I got you.
Everything, my dishwasher, everything.
Put some pennies.
I threw
I got you.
all
I
of
got
my
you.
fruit away, my
I just had
avocado.
that.
Oh my God.
I'm gonna send you. Listen, I'm gonna DM you exactly what you need to get. I'm gonna send it to you on your IG.
Please
I
do.
got
And the only
I'm gonna do it
reason why
now.
I said that, y'all know I be having like fake adult ADD. Like, this ain't for people who have real ADD. This for like people who like can't multitask effectively. So I saw a fruity fly across and I was swatting it, and I didn't know if y'all saw that it was actually a fly. I didn't want y'all to think I was gonna be over here like Paul, who be sleeping for foolishness.
Get a bowl. Put vinegar in the bowl, put a piece of saran wrap over top of the bowl, get like a toothpick or something, stick holes in it. The fruit flies are drawn to the vinegar. They go inside through the little holes, but they get trapped in there. I've been doing it for years and it works.
Question. And then we can get back to all of it, which y'all are here for.
I just DM'd
can you use apple cider vinegar?
Any kind of
apple cider vinegar, but I don't have the white kind.
I use whatever vinegar I have, that's what I use. And either way it works. Mm-hmm.
Thank you. I'm so sorry, but I saw one fly across and I was like swatting it. I didn't want y'all to think I was like having a moment.
Yeah.
Like, like Ashley on Freshman. Back off. Mind your business. But mind some words.
I just went through that problem. So I sent you what I used, and it was killer.
Yay. Shout out to the 200 of you guys that's watching. I appreciate you. Thank you. All right. So everybody took a moment. I'm sorry, guys. I have not eaten my dinner. Mm-hmm. So I'm munching on some chips. Do not judge. Do not judge. I've been working.
I blame that one on Stacy.
Yeah, I was killing them scrimps.
Oh, God. Oh, yeah. Oh, she's gone. Don't forget to put vinegar down your drain, too. So for any of you that's interested in getting rid of fruit flies. All right. So next up, who do we have? We talked about Blake pulls aside Sue Ann. That's right. So next we have Morgan sits down with Tony. She mentions in her green screen that she has a connection with Lyndon and Tony, but Tony does not give her the attention she craves. And she needs to know that she is special to him, not just a fish where a net's being thrown in and it's like, whatever fish I get. She tells him that she thinks that he is husband material, talking about Tony. that he's also a hot commodity and everybody wants her baby. He responds, well, everybody wants you. And she responds, well, my baby telling everybody that he wants them too. He asks her, do you really believe that? And she responds, your temperament is very smooth and flirtatious. He says in his confessional that he has a strong connection, but he is looking for something that is easy flowing, something that's natural, something he wishes that, or sometimes he wishes that she has more confidence. He asks her, do you really think I'm going around telling all these women that I want to be with them? And she responds, I don't know. He tells her that that is not the case and it is concerning to him. She says that he doesn't take the initiative to talk to her and he neglects her. She states Tony has dropped the ball big time.
Sounds
First
like
off,
checkout time.
I'm going to
But,
say, if you're not secure in your woman, then that's your fault, not the woman's fault.
That's true.
I think, for every cast member, like there comes a point in everyone's journey where you are expecting your main connection to show themselves. And I feel like this is the point for Morgan. And this is why I actually like the boat, because they can't run. You know what I mean? Any other time you get to go on dates, nobody is watching you, nobody can see you. You ain't got to answer no questions about what you did on the date. Like right now, like it's hard to hide from those feelings and those conversations that you've been having with other people, because people are watching you. And this is why I like the fact that they're doing the boat this early. And I feel like he's getting caught up. You know what I mean? It's clear. He's the only dude that answered with a 1A and a 1B. So, his 1A can see 1B exists. And she ain't trying to stay there for that. So that's exactly what I think is going on.
P.O.
Yeah, kind of what he said, but I feel like I think there was a shift. I think there was a shift that we probably didn't see behind the scenes, and then plus people, ladies, they're giving feedback, and saying, hell yeah, you think your man is this or this and that, but he's all calling me, and all that stuff. And I feel like she came in there with that energy, and he came in there with that. Well, let me just smooth it out, baby. I'm here. Daddy's home. That type of vibe, and I don't think she was biting on it. So yeah, I feel like ultimately these two they not gonna get too far after this, and I think um that was her reasoning for defecting to Lyndon, as we'll see later.
Yeah, they
Hey,
do show a
Sabrina,
what.
Sabrina and Ty, can y'all remind us what Morgan does? Like, what's her profession? I'm trying to understand because, like me, like some of us, like I like his approach. Like, we might not trust him because, like, he moves like he's from New York. You know what I mean? Like New York
He,
guys, they got this like
he hit her.
Rico Suave movement, and just like Caribbean men, you know what I mean? They people take it the wrong way, and it's just like a cultural misunderstanding. So I just want to remember. Okay, interior design. Okay, because like I was just kind of curious about like what exactly she does. Like I need to make a full circle up.
I feel like he
What do
hit her
women
with
like?
that
There's a
daddy's
lot about her.
home, vibe.
There is a wide shot of them having this conversation. If you look at the wide shot, it literally looks like Tony is trying to hide the fact that he's even talking to her on the
Mm,
boat.
wow.
You say he's
Tell
hiding
me.
it?
Right? I mean, we could see what it is. We just explained that after Tony and Marcia's date, Marcia was saying, I really, really like it here. So like you said, Paul, like that word is spreading,
Yeah.
and they got to choose at this point in order to stay on.
Facts.
So if that connection ain't strong, you're gonna get a really strong connection, or else, Morgan may be left out in the cold.
Mm.
You see how easy it was for him.
Nobody said anything bad about Morgan.
Yeah, you see his
Her
pride was
name
hurt,
didn't
but
come up one time when they were having the elimination date.
okay.
Morgan's
Yeah.
name didn't come up one time. Nobody had anything bad to say about her.
Right. You see his pride was hurt, but it didn't take him long to switch up once, Morgan made her choice.
Yeah,
And
that's
and
because he already
that's telling.
He already had his thing in the wing.
Who?
So,
John? Who was his thing in the wing? Jonica?
Yeah, I mean, he immediately,
Jonique.
immediately was like, all right, well, baby, you here, so what's up?
In real life.
So let me ask y'all, have y'all
New York accent?
like Ty, you're really good at like reading people. So from what you've been seeing, and we know you've been doing your editing thing, so you're hearing all the extra. Who have you seen? This is Tony, right? Like Tony. So who have you seen his connection with? That you can
Tony?
see. If anybody, yeah. Like who is he? Like from all the clips and edits that you've seen and all the like the extra stuff you've heard, who are you seeing that he's actually feeling?
Marcia.
Tony,
But
you
like
saying
it's
Tony
almost
is
to a
feeling Marcia?
yeah, but it's almost to a point where I feel like he's gonna gravitate toward whoever's giving him play.
He's a
And
smart man.
It's about three ladies giving him a little bit, and it just seems like he's trying to figure out, which card to play right now.
How old is he?
He should be like 42, maybe.
Yeah.
And his job?
He's the tax
director. Like when you put their age and their occupation, it kind of helps you understand like how they move a little better. So that's the only reason why I asked it. That's why I'm asking these things.
Well, they missed my occupation.
You had 15 occupations on your season. You're a postal delivery. You're a producer. You're a producer. You're the tax accountant. You are a principal at school.
I thought
your daddy daycare.
Oh yeah,
he wrote a book. He produced a book.
He was trying to make an author. He was trying to be a best-selling author, Paul.
Yeah, that's what
he
they
was
said.
An author.
Man.
He was an author. He was the president. He's the mayor. He was a postal deliverer guy. He's a de-deliverer guy.
Yeah.
All of the
everything.
Above. It's above me. It's above me now.
Yeah, I know.
Yo, it's
damn.
Wow. Yeah. And just think, I only took one check.
But your credit score is 855.
Yeah,
that's right. 80s.
Yeah.
And he wears Bond.
So anything else about Morgan and Tony?
Oh wait, okay. So is Morgan the one? So y'all know I don't really do social media, and I don't do like I don't intentionally try to do like any what you call it spoilers. But is Morgan the one that released the video today?
Yeah.
That was like I wasn't talking about Tony. I was talking about Anthony or whatever she was doing. I can't remember because Anthony, Tony, I'd be confused. That's why I keep saying it. So today, it was Morgan, right, Sabrina?
It was Morgan.
Mm-hmm. She released a video. Mm-hmm. She released, I don't know if it's today or yesterday or Friday when it was aired. It was a social media live or whatever of her. And she was saying, I wasn't talking about Tony. I was talking about Anthony. Like the one I'm connected with is Anthony, not Tony. Oh. I wasn't bent about this person. I'm feeling this person. And the edits made it look like I'm feeling this person, but my person is Anthony. Like it was like clip, clip. Like I watched all of them. And that's why I keep saying, like, I get so confused about these names. So I be needing like picture, like at this point, I need a map and a key. Because there's too many people with the same name in this season, so I be getting confused.
Yeah, Anthony, Tony, Mark Anthony.
I will upload my slides just for you.
That video, I didn't hear about that. I didn't know that. Wow.
Well, the thing
changes.
So she's saying the edit. So she's saying the edits.
Let me go back to my notes.
She's saying the edits were referring to one person, but she was actually speaking about the other person of the same namesake. So I'm confused. AF.
So what is it?
I need a map.
But hold up.
I need to go to Dorothy's store. Where's the map?
What are you confused about? That's what they do.
But what did she say? What did she say?
So she was saying, from what I saw and I saw directly on social media, right? She was saying that the edits were referring to, I believe, Tony, that she's feeling, but is really Anthony. And she didn't appreciate them making it look like she's thirsty for this guy when she's feeling this guy. And I felt like in the middle of production, this was telling, because it makes me feel like she's in a relationship with this person and she's standing up for herself, which is a sneaky, but it means something to me.
This is typical RTL BS. Wow. This is the typical RTL BS.
Y'all don't got Paul started.
No, I'm telling you. Now I'll just tell you this.
I know. Lynn is why I know. I'll say this.
Go get a drink, and I'll be back. I'll be back, Paul. Go ahead.
Yeah, okay, yeah, go
ahead, Paul.
I'll say this. When we went to the getaway, we all cut Tina off. The whole entire room said, "Get her out of here." And what you guys saw was us saying Carmen's on the bottom. And we left and went to the thank you. I appreciate the largeness. And they showed us, saying Carmen was on the bottom. So I understand exactly that frustration that she's talking about, because everybody's like, wait, what? We never even said that, but they apply certain names or whatever to create the story. That's all. And I remember when I was there.
Thing, because listen, whatever you say or do, they're going to use it for however they want to. So you might as well play along with whatever they show you.
They don't know that. Though. People don't know that going in.
No, you don't know what you're going to see, but you know that you said it or you did it. But here's the thing about it.
So here's the big blanket. The blanket is this. I'm not responsible.
I had when I was there, right? When the guy asked me if I wanted kids, they didn't hear my answer about the kids. What they heard was me say, I have a dog. That was not my answer. Of course, I talked about wanting kids and stuff. I get what you're saying, but we can't always talk about production and editing. We have to talk about what the people showed us on camera. What we saw.
This is what
only watching.
This is what I'll say.
Episode, and I'm so triggered. I'm really triggered. I was not talking about Tony. They're trying to make this whole scenario. I was legit not talking about him, and this is what the whole episode is about.
So disgusted in his face.
Tony. No, I was talking about Anthony, and I'm really annoyed by it. It got me low-key not even really wanting to watch the rest of this episode. This is why I haven't watched it, because I knew the commercials, they was making it seem like I was talking about Tony. I'm not going to downplay my...
He got confused too, Anthony.
What I'm not going to let them do is completely negate my connection with Anthony. We had a date, they didn't show it. We had multiple conversations, they didn't show it. Everything I said about Anthony, they edited it to make me say it about Tony. And I really don't appreciate that. I don't appreciate that. I get it. Edit it however y'all want to edit it. But what you're not going to do is sit up here and twist my words to be about somebody that it wasn't. So this, especially even him, I don't even think he was talking about me when he said, oh, I wish she would be more secure. That's a damn lie.
If anything, y'all gotta tell me to turn my secure down. Okay. So this whole thing about him neglecting me, no, the scenario was I wanted more attention and time from Anthony, and he wasn't able to give it to me. Him and I handled that on our own, aside from what was shown on camera. But as far I'm not gonna.
Absolutely.
We're gonna rent the boat.
So
Whatever you
You
let
want
me
me to drive
say,
the boat?
whatever you want.
I like Lyndon and Tony, but I am a little cautious moving forward with Tony. He does not give me the attention that I crave. And I need to know that I'm special to him, not just a fish, you know, and he's throwing his net to see which one he catches. I think you're husband material.
Appreciate that.
He's just a hot commodity. They see what I see. Everybody want my baby.
All right. I mean, everybody wants you.
My baby telling everybody he wants me.
so let me blanket statement that and say this.
Smooth and flirtatious.
Me and Morgan have a
I feel like you are responsible for the words that come out of your mouth on this in this journey. However, you are not responsible for the way that people hear that. Do you understand what I'm saying? And I feel where she was coming from when she's saying, I never said this. I get it. It's very frustrating. And I remember when I was in that space. But I get it. You know, I totally feel that. But at the end of the day, it is what it is. It happened.
She definitely said it. And
Yeah.
she definitely said Tony.
Mhm.
Maybe she meant Anthony, but that's where the confusion was coming from. But then if you listen to what she's actually saying to Tony while she's sitting in front of him, it kind of matches.
Oh, wait. That was the same. Those were the same people?
No, she talking about Anthony, the one that was sitting with Cynthia.
The woman, were those the same women?
Yeah, that was Morgan.
Both times?
Yeah.
Come on, Paul. Yes.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry.
Come on, Ty. You and I right here. Come on, Ty. Come on. Bring them on around. What you got for us, bro? Come on. Come on, Ty.
What do you think we talk about, Paul?
No. They didn't look the same, is what I'm saying.
Yeah, that's Morgan.
Yeah, she didn't look the same.
So we're talking about, so for you guys that are just coming in, because the scene is kind of being drawn out because we started talking about what was that. So shout out to Ready to Love 5. I did go to their Facebook, their Instagram page, and I got that footage from Morgan. They did upload it.
Oh, wow. Okay.
So did I do that?
No, I wanted to make sure the men's had to put up the men's slide and the ladies' slide.
Oh, okay. So this is Morgan. So from what Morgan was saying about how you going around and you telling all these, are you telling them the same thing? I don't know, because you this, you that, you smooth talk, you flirtatious, you that, whatever. Like Tony dropped the ball. So what she said, where we saw her say to him in his face, what she said in the confessional, she was saying Tony, she might have meant Anthony, but what she was saying matched up with what she was saying to Tony in his face. So that's why we, the viewers, are like, it sounded like she was talking about Tony. And that's how they edited it. I mean, I just don't know, because she did say Tony. So am I tripping? Because I mean, I love Morgan. I love Tony. I think they have that chemistry. I kind of want to see them together, but when I saw that video and she was like, I wasn't talking about Tony, I was talking about Anthony. I didn't get that at all, that she was talking about Anthony. Did y'all? I mean, I don't know. I'm not taking the truth from her. That's her truth, and that's her truth. Who am I to say that she ain't telling the truth? But it just really seems like it kind of goes together. I mean, I don't know. I just know too, I've been in situations where people have said that they didn't say stuff, and it wasn't like that, and in editing,
all this didn't say stuff, it wasn't like that editing. I'm sorry, I'm not buying it.
I buy it. I buy it all day.
I mean, I know, because listen, I am the one, honey. Nobody got more shocked than I have, but it is what it is.
This makes me think. This makes me think, what did Tony do to her to make her feel some type of way about them saying she liked him? Do you know what I mean? Or is it something that
Wait,
she
what?
needs to prove to the, or is it something that she needs to prove to the other Anthony that she was really talking about him? But for her to feel so strongly to actually put a message out saying I wasn't talking about this guy.
Right.
What is driving her to do that?
Something is
Can't
going
just
on
be
here. We
edits.
all know it's part of the
Yeah.
edit. Okay, Paul, fine. Okay, you guys, all of us ready to lovers. We all know it's something going on
Yeah.
here.
It's multiple dates not being shown.
We all
It's
know
multiple edits.
somebody's trying to say or do something, but who is it here? We got to find out.
Yeah. So like I said, Tony's feeling Marcia. Marcia, right? You asked who I thought Tony's connection was.
What is the point of
Marcia.
the whole Tony Anthony with Morgan? What do you guys think
Yeah.
the whole point is? What is this about? Like what?
I think it's because her and Tony probably ended up together, and Tony probably like, dang, you said all that about me, and she probably like, no, I wasn't talking about you, I was talking about Anthony.
You sure? You sure you think Tony? You think Anthony and Morgan or Tony and Anthony ended up together? Which one?
Tony and Morgan.
Tony and Morgan. Oh, okay.
Right.
No.
I don't think either.
Okay.
No.
Y'all don't think Tony and Morgan ended up together?
No.
No.
Why do you think okay. When you say Tony, who are you talking about, Sabrina? Just so we clear. I don't want no
There's a
ambiguity.
Anthony and there's a Tony.
Yeah, I know who is who, but obviously
I'm definitely not talking about Anthony. I'm talking about Tony.
Okay.
Just
no,
like
she don't
when
end
it
up with
was
Tony.
The real Tony.
Andre, and when it was a Dre, I was saying Dre. Like
Tony from New
So we're
York.
talking about Tony the tax collector or tax developer. Or
Director.
No,
director.
I don't think she ends up with him.
Collector or director? Director.
I feel like she clearly just showed us how she feels about him.
I
Clearly,
think
right?
she was trying to get his attention. That's what I think.
Wait, can you run it back?
Tony or Anthony's attention?
Can you run? Sorry, Sharice.
No, I mean,
Can you run
we
that
clearly see Morgan
Tony
and
or
Lyndon
Anthony's
kissing each other.
attention.
I
Stacey,
can't
what you
remember.
think about this? Honestly, I can't wait to see what you think. Did
I
you
want
see
you
the
to
whole
run the
Morgan
clip
thing?
Can you run the clip back so I can see the outfit? So like,
run it back.
can you run it back so I can see the outfit? So like later on we can revisit this because
Did you
know
see where
we
Morgan
know-
went? Oh yeah, you saw it already.
Remember, run
No,
the
the
original
confessional.
clip back and then run back
So-
her confessional so I can see the outfit.
But I'm
so I
saying,
can
what do you think of all of this? Do you think she's gonna end up with? What do you think is the point of all of what do you think really happened here?
Ty and Sabrina, I'm gonna tell you after this. Ty and Sabrina, is there any way y'all can put all of the clips like back on all of those conversations real quick? Y'all are geniuses.
Oh,
I
no.
would love to see it.
My ankles
Ty,
are
you know
getting
you're
cold.
quick with this.
I have them. I don't know if I could show them though without getting in trouble.
I'll get
Oh,
flagged.
you can't. Y'all can't show them. So what do
Y'all lucky
can
it
y'all
ain't
run?
me.
Remember, I'm sorry. Okay, so viewers, I just hit the private chat like for the panel that I ran to the restroom. Sorry, Vanio. I ran to the restroom. So can y'all replay that so I can have some perspective? I'm sorry, I had to go. Run to
It
the
was
restroom.
hold on.
Like legally, whatever you can play, can you play it real quick?
Like I could play this. Hold on 1 second.
Because they be confusing me. I'm still stuck on who's who. We like, where's Waldo? I don't know who Waldo is at
I'm
this
finally
point.
watching Friday's episode, and I'm so triggered. I'm really triggered. I was not talking about Tony. They're trying to make this whole scenario. I was legit not talking about him. And this is what the whole episode is about. Like I was Tony. No, I was talking about Anthony. And I'm really annoyed by it. It got me low-key not even really wanting to watch the rest of this episode. This is why I haven't watched it, because I knew the commercials, they was making it seem like I was talking about Anthony. I mean Tony. I'm finally watching Friday. I'm not going to downplay my connection with Tony.
So what was the comment? What was the comment that she said about Tony? Because remember, I stepped away.
My connection with Anthony.
You
We
look
had a
annoyed
date.
at
They didn't show it. We had multiple
What's she
conversations.
complaining about
They
Anthony and
didn't show
Tony?
it. Everything I said about Anthony.
So what was his statement? Wait, pause it real quick.
Said about Tony.
Ty or Sabrina, what was her comment about Tony or Anthony? What is she referring to regarding this? What was the exact comment?
There was a moment in the show. Go ahead. I heard my name, so I answered. That's all.
I'm just saying
Ty,
I'll just mess with you.
about Anthony not giving her any attention.
Okay. I feel like she's agitated because she has a relationship with Anthony in real life, like right now. So maybe they found a connection, and so she's trying to smooth it over because somebody's in their feelings after they saw the show, and so she's trying to correct it right now.
No.
It's
Yeah,
clear she
right.
has a connection
Yeah,
with
Anthony. I got you. Yeah, no doubt.
I feel like she was probably talking about Anthony I feel like she was probably talking about Anthony at the time of the cut, because she said, I think we saw that she said Anthony and another guy, right?
I'm just listening to what she said. She said, "What you ain't going."
Tony and Lyndon was her strongest connection.
And Lyndon.
Right.
So at the time, she said she had a connection with Tony and Lyndon. But y'all know how stuff happens, right? So we know, like, sometimes off camera after the show, after elimination, we continue to talk with people, and then we build a relationship. And so this is like this right now. What you have on the screen is current time. So I feel like that's like you know how you put butter on bread to make it a little bit smoother to go down? I feel like she's putting butter on toast bread, like some toasted dry ass bread. This is the butter. Because what I'll just give my opinion. So I feel like this is the first season, I think, and remember, y'all, I'm from the South, right? And so I feel like this was the first time I've seen like men that was very like more emotional than women or something. Like the men were more, I don't know if it's like what the right word is, the right terminology, vocal, emotional, triggered, like in their feelings. I feel like this season of Miami, not the first one, but this one, I feel like the men were a little more like emotional than the women. Like the women were like, and then the men were like, but So I feel like she was trying to like put some butter on some like toast bread, but not like regular bread, but like, you know how you get the Ezekiel bread from the freezer section? So it's frozen. And you put it in a toaster and it's still kind of hard. So you try to put some butter on it. I feel like this is what this is.
So does anybody have anything else to say?
Nope.
Morgan.
Did we clear anything up or no?
Y'all confuse me even more. That's
So you don't think, so Sabrina, so you don't think this is after the fact cleaning up? Like after?
So no, this is what we.
It's absolutely cleaning up. Whatever.
It's recon. It's definitely recon.
No, yeah, absolutely, absolutely. For her to be like, "Oh, you're literally," someone said in the comments, they're like, "Dang, it looked like she recorded that like in between a commercial break." You know what I'm saying? And that's what it seemed like.
And my thing is, you need. I'm sorry.
It's okay. So just real quick, like anytime I've ever seen that on any season, it's because somebody trying to do recon. They trying to like convince everyone that's not what happened to because I've done it. And of course they contacted me, was like, take that down. You know what I'm saying? Like I've done it, you know.
Right.
So and that's just what it
My
is.
thing is, I feel like sometimes watch the whole thing. Like I think sometimes as cast members, we get so it's unnecessary sometimes. Like relax, you know. Every date is 20 people. Every date isn't going to be seen. We all know how much we got paid for this. We were not starring actresses in a leading role, you know, on a show. This is, you know, we signed up for what we signed up for. So it's like we all know.
Let me ask you this.
We didn't know which way it was going to go. So
since you said that, when you saw yourself,
I thought this was like the
right. When you saw yourself come back, did you say, "Oh yeah, you know, this is exactly what happened. This was exactly the way that I expected this to be played"?
Absolutely not. But I signed up for that. I signed up for the fact that I knew that whatever I did was going to be shown like this. I had no control over it. It was a character on the show. And that's what I signed up for. So at the end of the day, everything I dealt with, all 14 episodes, trust me, I got to the point where I realized that let me just watch it and see what happens this time. You know, you get all excited, you tell all your family you're going to be on a show, and then you don't know. And then when you see the first episode, you're like, oh my God, I need to call a few people.
We're aware of the edits. But I think this was personal. Morgan didn't even let her hair dry.
Yeah,
for her to get on IG and rant.
Maybe she ain't even button up the buttons on the thing.
It was personal. And she said, what you ain't gonna do.
What'd she say, Tyrone?
What you ain't gonna do. Like
she is telling us what the problem is. What you ain't gonna do is negate my relationship
with
Anthony.
Right. Yeah.
What's that?
You know, I happen to be one of the people on the show where there was a lot of things that they left out. There was a lot of things that that they didn't show. But I don't feel like they edited me, even though it was some things that made me like feel a type of way. I don't think that they edited me because if I said it, I said it. You know what I'm saying? If I did it, I did it at the end of the day, period. So how they put it together, I mean, I guess you don't think about it like you gonna be on TV and you thinking, oh, dang, I said this, but I've seen that so much, but I've also seen where people have used editing to their benefit and said that I didn't say that. I was saying this about that person, and they put it with that person when clearly I was there and I heard it come out your mouth and you was talking to this person, but you saying it was editing. So, you know, I think everybody's had different experiences. So, you know, I mean, I'm glad that we're all here able to share our story, but we're going to move on because I'm tired of talking about it.
There you go.
But can I say this one thing?
Roll it down.
As we're moving on to the next chapter, I agree with my good sister Sharice, where we can't always blame editing for shit. Like we say we might not like where it's placed, but it's said. And at that point, we heard I'm glad only right here with SabrinaSeoul and Ty's great ass editing-ish, like editing, I don't know what you call it, sir, your skills. Did we hear that she clearly said Tony and Lyndon? Because I was like, when I saw the live today, I was confused. So I was like backtracking and I thought that she said what
she said. Tony and Lyndon. She said. When I take my note, I'm watching the show and I literally click pause to type what they just said. If I don't remember recalling, because I don't want no one to be saying defamation and all that other stuff and that I didn't, you know what I mean? And FYI, everything is alleged. So, but if I don't want, because I don't want to say it to you guys incorrectly, and y'all like, dang, Sabrina over there capping. That's not what they said. That's not what, I don't want it to be about that. It's not like, it's not fake news. Like, we really talking about what was said and what happened on the show, and in our opinions. I'm not gonna just fabricate stuff, you know what I mean? Like, that's not cool to them. I don't want nobody doing that to me or to y'all. So I would never do that. She said Tony and Lyndon. I said what? I even rewinded it and I said, dang, she said Tony and Lyndon. So she really feeling Lyndon when she said he was the sexiest man. We ain't even got there yet. Can we move on?
Oh, she did say that. Oh my gosh. But now
oh my goodness.
Next chapter.
But not capping, but caping for Anthony. I'm so confused. I'm in a state of confusion. I'm in confusion.
Next chapter.
Right.
I'm so confused.
That's why Tony
I'm so
had
confused.
to
I don't think it's on purpose or not.
Next chapter.
But really, I'm so glad that we had this come to Jesus right now, because I've been so confused. So now I'm even more confused. So let's go into
That's
it.
what I've been trying to say. Me too. Okay. There is a jar. There is a jar marked with. There is a jar marked with fun on it. Corvea picks it up and she says she thinks that DeMario is the best kisser there. Mark Anthony has to give a foot massage to his closest connection. He gives 2 foot rubs, one to Jeffrey and one to Mercedes. Morgan's question is who are the three sexiest people there? She names Lyndon, Marcia, and then herself. Tony said that he was blindsided when she named Lyndon the sexiest male. Jeffrey has to kiss her strongest connection. She picks Mark Anthony. DeMario says that he is instantly turned off and that it showed her lack of self-control. Let's talk about the fun bowl.
Okay, shout out to Laverne from Potomac season for coming up with Truth or Dare and you know, creating this pathway for people to really break the ice open. So I feel like this was kind of a takeoff of that. You know, to get the party started.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like I don't know. It might have been too soon for that. This really stirs the pot up, right? This is forcing people kind of to show their hand, right? And you know, that's kind of what we saw. You know, all of the kissing and you know the call outs with, oh, he's the sexiest man here, and then you know you see Tony, who's like, oh shit, you know, since you put it that way, I need to, you know, now redirect my attention and all of that other stuff. So yeah, I think it was very good, you know, to get the course started, to really start showing people forging, you know, their connections, things like that. I still think it was a little bit early in the process, but it is what it is.
Tyrone, you're on mute.
Yeah, I was just trying to figure out where we at. Man, there's so much going on here. It's good that they can't run from their feelings. I actually like that. Tony may have been blindsided, but I don't really feel like he was upset, because even right before Morgan mentions the third person, you can hear Tony say, "Big up yourself." So she bigs up herself. Like there's a lot going on, huh?
But well, I think hold up, Ty. Let me stop you right quick. So when he says "big up yourself," right? I think that's a direct kind of jab or dig at Lyndon, because when you use the term "big up yourself," it's a Jamaican term for, you know, shout out to you or whatever, you know. But I think that could have been more of a you know, like kind of, you know what I'm saying? Like sort of like passive aggressiveness or whatever.
Yeah, I mean, we mentioned Tony. We mentioned early Tony has this competitive spirit about him. But one thing about him is that you you can clearly see when he doesn't feel like he's the top guy in the room, because his entire demeanor is totally different. But this thing with Mark Anthony, it's helping that the ladies are the ones asking the questions. So they're, in this case, which is different from the Potomac season, they're forcing the guys to choose instead of the ladies. So I think that's the one main thing which is different. But then the other guys, just like every other season, get to see the reaction, and then people move accordingly. You know, like just like who was it? I think it was Morgan. Like, if you have a connection, you still need to nurture your connection, right? And move with respect.
Yeah. I mean, I think that whole situation gets the party started.
They need
Was
it.
it?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it might have been the types of questions that they were asking might have been premature, because it's really sort of making them draw a hard line and saying, yo, this is where I'm at with it. And, you know, I think you're going to stir up so much trouble that ultimately nobody is going to have real connections. Like, do you really see any real connections forging right now other than Blake and Susu?
Yeah, I do.
I don't.
Mhm.
I do.
I do. I don't think
I see some connections, definitely. We can't think. I
Who?
mean, just because we had this little bit of negativity, we got to think about some of the positive.
Who
I
are the
mean, we
connections, though?
saw
Who are
Jeffrey
the
and
real
Mark Anthony.
ones?
We saw Anthony and Cynthia. We saw Lyndon and Morgan. We
Yeah,
saw
but
Suzu,
remember
the
though.
Mario,
So you're not even
Covea.
you're not even gonna mention your man Blake, Paul?
No,
We
that's
saw
okay.
Forgot all
Blue
about
and
him.
No.
that Blake and Suzanne.
I
We saw
said this. I said, have anybody seen any real connections other than Blake and
these are the
Susu?
connections. These are the connections.
You said real
Lyndon and
connection.
Morgan. Real. These are the
Real
connections.
ones.
Lyndon and Morgan, Mark Anthony and Jeffrey, Anthony and Cynthia, Blake and Suzanne, Demario and Covea, Tony
Nope.
and Marcy or Jonica. Her name
Jonique.
Jonica? Jonique. And then you got Blue and Jonique.
Yeah, I
I
feel
thought
like
Mark Anthony.
From that
I thought Mark
from
Anthony.
that.
Yeah, I don't know. It's a mess. This whole
I
thing
feel
is a
like
mess.
they are all clearly
It's a
connected
mess.
with one person.
There's all of these connections that we're not really seeing. I don't think
That's what
there's
we
anything
saw
defined.
when they went
Nah.
up.
The
We
only
were
person.
just at the end of this episode, and that's where we were
Only-
at. That's where we were at.
So
with
the
the
only
connection.
consistency that I
As far as
see
the men.
is Blake and Susu. That's it. That's a consistent connection.
Oh
No,
my
it's-
goodness gracious!
No, it's
you
not,
didn't.
man.
No, you
Yeah, it
did
is.
not.
Yes, I did. I did it.
And
Blake is.
Did P.O.
And Blake-
just say the non-connection was a connection?
Exactly.
I'm about to,
Thank you. I'm so glad
Listen.
you're back.
let me go scramble
Blake-
some eggs. Papa,
Blake's going
Oh
to
my
the
goodness.
go deliver the truth or something that makes sense. Paul,
Paul
deliver
sees
something that makes
himself
sense.
in
I'll be
Blake,
back.
so he's rooting for
I'll
him.
be back when you deliver something that makes
Right.
sense. Somebody give this
There you
man a
go.
Snickers bar. Sabrina, you got a Snickers you can send to him real quick? Because I don't know what he's talking
Okay, so what y'all think about Mark Anthony and Jeffrey kissing, and Demario was like, yeah, like I'm good with that. Like, how y'all feel? Would y'all, if y'all were playing a game and you had to kiss somebody, would you have kissed them?
I mean, I saw
Yes.
that moment live in my situation, And I said,
Oh, you were there?
if
You were
I,
there for the,
that,
you were there. Who kissed? Say the kiss
that's
again.
the truth. That's the truth or dare.
No,
And
no,
we
no.
had that
Sabrina, who kissed?
scenario.
Ty.
Mark
Who
Anthony
kissed?
and
Now?
Mark Anthony and
Mark
Jeffrey.
Anthony and Jeffrey.
Jeffrey.
Did y'all
Yeah.
see?
I
Did
wouldn't.
y'all see PO? Did y'all see PO sitting in one of those deck chairs? I want to know.
No. We talking about.
I'm
He
asking
said
for
the
a
question.
friend because he just
The
said he was
question.
there. So I
The
want to
question
know.
was,
I
what
want to
would
know.
you
Y'all
have
not
done?
so.
The question is,
Who's
what
gonna
would
be
you
mad
have
about a
done?
little smooch? Who's mad about it? They didn't
I'm
even
not doing that.
exchange tongues.
I'm not doing that. That's
That
crazy
was
to
a
me. I'm not doing
church
that.
kiss. If somebody would have moved their face a half of,
Don't
not even
matter.
an inch, centimeter. Okay, so we know you the insecure guy. Okay, goodbye.
Nah, I would have been.
Having it. I ain't having it. So you
Yeah,
just told me that's your strongest connection is this dude. So okay, I like you, you like me. You got to kiss your strongest connection, and you gonna kiss her in my face? It don't have nothing to do with being insecure, because I tell you this, when it was time for me to kiss somebody on camera or whatever, did I? No, I'm not kissing nobody on camera. Why I got to kiss somebody
okay.
on camera? Like,
Right.
I don't gotta prove nothing to none of y'all. I
Nope.
would have gave him a kiss on the cheek, and that just would
Exactly.
have been it. Kissing on the lips is very intimate with me. For me,
Mhm,
I'm not one of
mhm.
those people that's gonna just be kissing people all on the lips. So if I'm kissing you on the lips, it's because I mess with you. Because I don't kiss people on the lips. I don't like the transfer of bodily fluids. If somebody that I don't really know, I just don't do that. You know what I'm saying? That's how you get the vet. That's how you get the cocoa. You know what I'm saying? Like, you just
Right.
that's how you get the monkey stuff. You just
First
can't be
off-
doing that. You know what I'm saying? But
First
everybody's
off, Sabrina,
different. Everybody's
First of all,
different.
Sabrina, I want to shout out Sabrina, the original Sabrina, for going an octave lower, or maybe
There's
two
only
octaves
one
lower.
Sabrina.
Saying, kissing on the lips, the cocoa. She went all the way to the whole kiss, and then she said bodily fluids. Ain't no.
No, that's no. You know you got spit on
That's a
your lip.
kindergarten kiss. That's
No,
you know your first kiss in kindergarten. That's not even a kiss. That was a smooch. It wasn't even longer than 1 second. Like, we're playing the game. Like, in the real world of dating, it was a smooch. It was a smooch. Here you go, Paul.
A smooch is still beef.
Here, Paul. Here's our official kiss.
If
I mean,
it's not
I
a
don't
tongue,
know.
it's fine. If it's not a tongue, it's fine. As long as you don't stick your tongue down my throat. I don't want to be kissing every guy. Everybody's not kissable anyway.
Oh,
I think I have the face. I don't think anybody would try to put their foot on me without knowing that they might get a hook. So I'm good.
Right, but like, we're in a dating game. Like, let's be real about it. Let's be real about it.
If you stick your tongue down my throat, I will
karate on
period. If I meet a person and they stick their tongue down my throat, I will beat you up. If I don't know your first and your middle and your last name, I will go to jail.
Tongue down their throat, Paul.
I don't know you. I don't know what you had.
Exactly.
A regular kiss is fine.
Talking about that wasn't even a kiss. That was a smooch. Like, you can tell she wasn't like.
Yeah, regular smooch. Who cares? Mwah,
it was like a courtesy. Mwah, mwah, mwah. We do that shit to the air all the time. Hey, girl.
But it's air between us. It's air between us.
Y'all being so dramatic about it. Oh my God. Y'all are being so dramatic.
My thing is this. How do you know what this man had for dinner the prior night?
Let me tell you. Okay, so here's the difference. The difference is you saw a smooch in real life. In the real life of dating, and you don't know who's going on dates with who's doing what with who. You don't know what they doing. So you cool with that?
Right. Nah, I'm cool. That's why you can't even get this. You can't get this close to me like that. Because I'm like, man,
test results or something. I'm just being funny about
Theo,
like
next
that.
time I see you, I'm gonna give you a good Catholic smooch.
I'm sorry. I just know people that
can't even reach me.
Have herpes and they got herpes
I'm
on the lip.
on my tippy toes, on a block, on a chair. on the
No,
table.
you need to be
I'm gonna sit on the
responsible.
table and give you a smooch because you
Don't
playing.
smoke with me. And don't kiss me.
Cause Paul, are you single right now? Like, are you dating? Like, singly dating? Like, what are you doing right now?
That's what we talk about.
I'm just living my best life. And no, I'm not.
Okay, so we don't know who you smooching and who you actually kissing. That was like a public smooch. It wasn't that serious. That didn't even look serious. Like, can't nobody be mad about something that wasn't like you do more to close the envelope.
It's not
than
being
that
mad. It's about
I'm talking to P.O. I'm talking to P.O. Sabrina, I understand what you're saying, and I understand like you're coming from a more intimate place. But we're in front. Let's go to. We're in a group of people in front of everybody.
Cute.
And it's like, okay, just smooch somebody. Okay.
That's just not
I
me.
would
Well, I would love to see All Stars, and I would love to see Truth or Dare, and I would love to see Sabrina Soul turn down a smooch. I'm not doubting it, but
for how much money? You said for how much money? Oh,
yeah. So you coming back to All Stars?
Whatever
much they're gonna
pay you to come to All Stars.
You going on All Stars?
I go on All Stars.
Are you going on All Stars? No, not you.
Like it
was. So first of all, Demario was, and I like Demario. Let me preface it with this: I like Demario. He seems like a genuinely good guy, right? No one likes to see somebody who's like their number one connection at the time, because we're dating. I guess my problem with this is I only have a problem because Demario was coming from the male perspective. You didn't hear none of the ladies that view Demario right. We didn't see none of the ladies there that had that was their main connection or their second best connection have a problem with the smooch. And we probably won't see it for the rest of the season. We're not going to see that.
Mm-hmm.
Like the ladies weren't talking about it. Well, then I hope I do. And then I will stand corrected.
I can't wait. I'll be waiting.
Okay.
I just don't want
to. Well, they did that in my season as well. It was a big deal because
I agree with you, Sabrina. We don't like to see it.
Yeah, that's just me though. You know what I mean?
We don't like to see it.
No.
We don't like to see it, but the reality of dating is for women.
It's intimacy, it's vulnerability, it's intimacy. People cringe at intimacy, especially if it's a stranger. People cringe, unfortunately.
I know, but for me, it like when I'm looking at things, I always look at things from more of an objective. Like I wasn't looking at it from an intimate point of view. I was looking at it from a double standard point of view. Whereas none of the women that they showed us had a problem with the guy kissing the girl. The only problem was with the guy who was interested in a Jane Doe, any girl, having a problem with the smooch. When as adults and we really date, we know I feel like for women, it's a cliche. It's so bad for us to date multiple people when it's okay when guys date multiple people and they kiss multiple people and it's not a problem. That is my only point. Right. I don't have a problem with anything else. I get what you're saying, Sabrina. I get what Paul is saying from an intimacy point of view, but we're on the 4th. How many episodes are we in? Where's the intimacy here?
4. Right.
I get it, but I don't know.
It was a game. It was a game, and she was put on the spot. And it was another situation. She put on the spot. So what are you going to do? Are you going to be on a dating show?
Games you win.
She needs to loosen up. She didn't want to kiss,
And the pressure of it's supposedly a woman elimination, a girl elimination. So you don't want to seem like, okay, I'm not open to the process and I'm not trying and I'm not flexible. So it's I feel like we're putting more emphasis on like the physical nature of the kiss when it wasn't really. It was like I'm from the South. Like Troy for my season, he got a lot of flack from kissing people on the cheek. That is something we just do. Y'all know, like
I didn't have a problem.
That's
with
just normal for us. So maybe I'm just having a cultural issue. Like maybe I'm just having a cultural.
Oh no.
I'm not seeing it here.
Because Nevin put my toes in his mouth and people were mortified. And I'm just like, and it made people feel like, oh no, her toes have already been in somebody's mouth. Like, grow up.
I just feel like if it was on to the side and he and we had a good date and we were having a moment, it's different.
That's an intimate moment and that means something. Right. When we're playing truth or dare, and it's just like, think about it when kids play truth or dare. Think about it where think about it where it's truth or dare.
Either way,
like,
even if it was an intimate moment, I still.
It's like for me, it was like a kid's game. Like I agree with Mimi. It shows more of like who's jealous, because what was the next question? The next question was like, who are the hottest people here? Like, so like everything that was there was to provoke jealousy and conflict.
That's a good point.
So I feel like at that moment, it was just like, okay, I'm gonna do this. Like it wasn't even a big deal. And I don't believe in holding a woman accountable for things that we are not gonna, like the same exact thing that we're not gonna hold the guy for. That's not fair. That wasn't fair to her.
I don't think anybody's holding her accountable. I just think that people have different opinions and different views, and they would have done different things. You know, I don't think it's it's not no right answer and it's no wrong answer. I just think that people are different. And unfortunately, DeMario didn't like it, you know, and some people probably say
he overly didn't like it. He overly didn't like it.
Well, I mean, but who are you to say how he can feel about something that he just didn't like? You know what I mean?
I'm not saying it from like how he should feel from what that. I'm not saying that from a personal perspective. I'm saying it from a viewer's perspective. From what we saw, it wasn't that serious, in my opinion. It wasn't intrusive. It was just like, bye. Turn and go. It was like a church kiss. Peace be with you. Bye.
Tyrone, I'd like to hear your thoughts. You've been very quiet. Don't be scared.
No, I mean it's all funny to me. Like it's really good conversation. Actually, what I was just chuckling about was how I got triggered when I saw Jeffrey jump in Mark Anthony's lap, because I had a similar situation. I'm just being funny, but it was quick with Phil and somebody else. So I mean, it's a dating show, y'all. Like, are we grown or not? It's Truth or Dare. Dude got asked to kiss his strongest connection, and he kissed his strongest connection. His other connection wasn't even tripping. You know, you guys are dating. If you're that insecure, you know, if you don't, you know, you gotta trust yourself. You gotta have confidence in yourself. You know,
he might have cried in the car though.
It's nothing. It's nothing. If that is bothering you, then I don't know what you signed up for then.
I need some test results.
And if you ain't the guy, you ain't the guy. Move on. There's a reason why, you know, you wasn't the one getting kissed.
So would it have been okay if he kissed Jeffrey and then his question, or because that was Jeffrey's question, and then his question was kiss your strongest connection? Since he has two strongest connections, he kisses Jeffrey, but then he goes and kisses Mercedes in the same scene. Would that have been okay?
For who? For me? For Mercedes?
I mean, I'm just saying, like, what, like, because they're dating.
If that was the dare, if the dare was to kiss your top two connections, then
Mm.
kiss your top two connections. It
Where's
it may not even mean nothing. It's just
Mhm.
a kiss. Those are your top two connections.
So Sharice, Stacy, where y'all at?
They didn't
Shout out.
say go.
I'm here.
So
I'm
They
here.
didn't say.
did you ask my question? So say for instance, if Mark Anthony had the question and they were like, kiss your strongest connection. Remember, he has two strong connections. He rubbed Jeffrey's feet and he rubbed Mercedes' feet. Would it have
And
been cool if
nobody said anything. Nobody said anything. It wasn't I feel like rubbing feet is more intimate than like
you didn't let me finish, Stacy.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm
So
sorry.
if his question was kiss your strongest connections and he goes and kisses Mercedes and then he goes and kisses Jeffrey, would that have been okay? If he kissed both of them in the same scene?
I feel like there will be some people that don't have a problem with it. But if it was a woman that kissed two guys in the same scene, we would be falling out in arms like, oh my God, I can't believe she did it. That's my only problem. I feel like that's my only problem. I feel like we can feel how we want to feel about the kiss. Like how we judge a kiss and, like what's intimate to you is intimate to you. A smooch on the lips might be intimate. The butterflies tingling, the soul's dripping. That's it. However, I feel that in this moment, from what we saw, the perspective was only judging the woman, and there wasn't an equal judgment of the man. So that's my main issue. And I guess that's why I'm like trivializing the kiss, I guess, because I feel like it wasn't judged or presented on an equal playing field. And that's my issue. I feel like when women embrace things and we do things and we do the same exact thing that men do, we're looked at like lesser than, we're like looked down the nose at. And that is my only issue with it. Like I wholeheartedly do not mean to trivialize a kiss or what it means to you or what intimacy means to anyone or how you value that. My issue with the scene was that we only saw the perspective of Antonio judging her. Wasn't it Antonio? Demario, I'm sorry. I done made up a whole new name. All these Tony.
I missed it.
I don't know. I'm so confused. But we didn't see an equal. I feel like it would have been like made more sense to me if we would have seen someone who had a problem with the guy kissing a lady as well. So I feel like it was unfair judgment on the lady. So maybe I didn't articulate myself as well as I should have.
No, you did. No, you did.
My issue, like I don't devalue intimacy or anyone, like what any individual feels like it's like what's close to them. I love it. If you like it, I love it. But what I don't like is when someone's reaction to something is demeaning to the woman, when no one has a problem when it comes to the guy. The question was posed to the guy, but the reaction was regarding the girl's response. It wasn't about who the guy chose. That's my issue.
I think the guys were just upset or, either caught off guard by the actions of the ladies after they, did what they did. So it's sort of a knee jerk, I think. Some of the guys said, or like, you're thinking you got something going on with this person and you don't know what they're talking about at night or, at the end of the shoot or whatever when they get home or what they're texting each other. So, when they come into this whole environment where they got to let it off and, pretty much put it out there on the table and then they see, the actions that's happening and it's not matching up to the conversations that they had or the texting and things like that that's been going on behind the scenes is sort of a knee jerk. And so they're probably like, yo, what in the, you know what I'm saying? So I don't really think that they're judging them. I think that, people are just really surprised by the actions that they're seeing right before their own eyes.
But the perspective was that, like, what we saw was only judging the actions of the woman.
I don't think that they were judging the actions as a woman. I just think
The
that they were judging
response
the
was
actions.
the response was based on, so the only response we saw was DeMario, right? Reacting to Jeffrey kissing him. He was,
That's what we saw, yeah.
that's what we saw. So I can only go off what I saw, Paul.
But what I'm saying is that we don't know. I mean, you have to, I mean, I get it. You want to be straight cut forward, but we do have to understand that there is conversations that happens behind the scenes. There's actions that happens behind the scenes. You know, people are really talking and, you know, probably trying to get to know each other off camera because obviously you don't get enough time to really spend with people when you're doing a regular shoot. So, you know, I would say I would probably be the same way if I'm spending all this time and doing all of this, and then bam, in front of my face, and I'm like, yo, this ain't what we talked about last night, though. You understand what I'm saying?
It doesn't matter. You're in front of a group of people and you're showing this. Like there's all kinds of connections going on, right? We don't know who's talking to who behind the scenes. You know what I mean? You don't know who's really talking to Jeffrey. Clearly, we don't know who our main connection is at this point. We saw this on this episode. We don't know who it is. Like, it could be Andre, but he left. She was so connected to him. Like, whatever. We don't know, right? I just feel like when you are on a show like this and you are dating multiple people, the men should be held to the same standards as the women. That's it.
What
On
standards
this
are those?
particular scene,
What are those standards?
on this particular scene, we saw a woman vilified for what the men have probably done off camera 15,000 times.
Ooh, who was vilified?
Oh my God. Rewind.
I didn't see anybody being vilified at all.
He just
I would agree.
Bottom line,
This
dudes is
show
butt
is
hurt.
perspective. I'm sorry. It's always to make the woman look like a loco.
were you about to say, Tyrone?
I don't think we should make it about like sex. Bottom line, dudes is butt hurt because they're finally finding out that they're not number one.
Well, yeah,
and that's the
and
point of the show. You put
Right,
all
I
your
get
Tinder
that.
dates all on the boat, and you get to see where you stand.
Mhm.
You're either
No
gonna
doubt.
be hurt by that or not.
I am overreacting because I'm dramatic just a little bit to make my point. Yes. So I'm saying in this moment, like if I was DeMario, I never would have showed my cards. Like if me dating, why am I going to be mad because you smooch somebody if I know what we got going on? And I know that this is a process and we're dating multiple people. Now, if you would have stuck your tongue down her throat and y'all would have like rubbed on each other and it would have been some stuff. And I'm like, oh, what y'all got going on? What y'all really got going on? Because you ain't telling me about that. Then that would have been another conversation. But at this point, like you mad because it's truth or dare and people are just playing along. Like, what is the problem?
So what I can tell you is this, though. Just from
I
a man's
agree.
perspective. Just from a man's perspective.
Tell me. Because I like a perspective.
Right. So if these men are actually getting hurt or, you know, feeling some type of way, it's because those men are investing themselves into these women. And that's a good thing in this environment, right? Now, obviously, if they're getting mad at women for things that are non-substantive or there's no, you know, real meat to that, and that's a whole big problem in and of itself. But I think when men are, you know, especially as hard as it is for a man to be vulnerable, right? If they really put themselves in the line of fire to be hurt, then, you know, that says a lot about what they're putting forth.
Everyone's being vulnerable, Paul. Everyone's trying to black women are notorious Like, it's a reputation of Black women for not being vulnerable. And you're talking about Black men. Are you serious? Like, what I see is a lack of confidence. If you know what you got going on, if you are a man or a woman and you know what you got going on, you wouldn't feel a thing by that. You know, oh, she just going along to get along for this game. She know where home is.
It's not like they were caught kissing in the back of the boat. It was a challenge. What was she supposed to do?
These guys are not saying that she took. They're not mad because, you know, they're saying the women lied to them and told me I was their top connection, and I'm finding out on the boat that I'm not. It's always, I thought I was this, I thought I was that. Well, you thought wrong. Deal with it. What you gonna do about it?
Yeah, I mean,
You know,
no
look,
doubt,
I'm just
no doubt about it.
look, the back and forth is just, you know, this is what we're here for. We're here to
It is the
see
fourth
what we're gonna do.
episode. Like, why are you so hurt?
Maybe he thought he was. Maybe he was upset because she didn't pick him to kiss.
What I'm finding out is the guys are awfully competitive. The guys are awfully competitive, right? And
the guys are
for some
super
reason,
emotional
yeah,
on this season.
yeah.
I've never seen a group of men so emotional. This is an emotional group of men. Y'all were nothing like it. Ty and
I
PO.
think
Ty,
Mark
y'all
Anthony
were nothing
and
like
Potomac,
it.
that Potomac season, that Potomac season,
When they started
that
arguing,
Potomac
I was
season
like,
had
wow.
some softies.
I know in Outcast, those guys refused to argue. Like, it was like, oh no, y'all not gonna get us over y'all.
I really
Sabrina.
would like to have seen what?
Nah.
What happened? Did I miss something?
Nope.
No, say it again. Say it again.
No.
No.
I was joking.
What did you say?
No, I was giving you the wrap it up signal. But I'm joking.
Oh, yeah. No, we are about to wrap it up. I just would have loved to have seen other people kiss as a connection to see how other people's reactions, because all we have to go by is just Demario and Jeffrey. But I would have loved to have seen if, you know, Lyndon, pick your strongest connection to kiss, and if someone, you know what I mean, I would have loved to have seen other people, but unfortunately we just have them to go by. So moving forward, Demario says that since Jeffrey isn't giving him the time he wants, he wants to get to know Corvea more. Corvea says that her connection with Demario is growing. Every time they see each other, they lock eyes immediately. They go to each other and they start conversing. But there is so much more for her to decide if it's a real connection. She likes that he is a family person. He talks about his father. She talks about her mother. They talk about them growing up, how she grew up. Demario says that she matches his vibe and energy. Her chemistry and compatibility is natural, and he can see a partnership for sure with her. And this is Demario, the one that we were just talking about, and Corvea.
Yeah, I'd say for that whole connection thing, 2 words, actually 2 letters, BS. I don't think I don't think that there's a connection grooming and blooming. I think that was pleasantries, you know, an appreciation for the man's time. This looks like they had a great time with each other, laughing, no romance at all.
I agree. I think that he was upset with Jeffrey kissing on Mark Anthony, and he was like, let me go over here real quick. Because like he said, since Jeffrey isn't giving me any time, I'm going to go try to find out more about Corvea. So it's like, if Jeffrey was giving you the time, you wouldn't even been thinking about Corvea. So,
right. Yep.
You know, I agree. Yeah. And she honestly, she needs a connection too. So it works out perfect for the both of them.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's a little desperate. They're on the boat doing the math, checking their connections.
Yep.
you know, in real time, and she got
Right.
3 no votes. So, you know, she tied. She on the bottom. She on the
Say that
way
again.
out.
How many Ty?
3, 3. And if you
Not one.
like, she's been real receptive and flirty. You know what I mean? She was even receptive and flirty to Fabrice.
Mhm.
So,
She sure was. She was like, I'm gonna
so,
see what. Mm-hmm.
and when Demario was saying, you know, I'll spin the block, I'll drive the boat, I'll do whatever I need to do.
If
I'm
she's
like,
the
all
one,
right,
that's what he said,
yeah.
though.
I'm like,
Mm.
all right.
So do you
So,
think that
So
was
we
Corvea's
have no
buzzword
standards in
or
dating.
what?
Like, so we're just gonna be like, okay, if I'm I'm gonna choose who's choosing me, whoever's left. We're gonna make it work so we can get to the promise.
Yeah. Not saying that they didn't have a connection, but at that point, it just seemed forced. Not
Right.
saying in previous episodes or scenes that, you know what I mean? Just that scene was like, come on, guy. You know what I mean?
It
Yeah.
was definitely giving rebound. It was definitely like,
Exactly.
oh,
Exactly.
well, my main girl did this. I'm still a catch.
yeah. And that's what stinks about the show. Like, say something was to happen with them, they're gonna be sitting on the couch having to replay
Yep.
Demario being butthurt about Jeffrey getting kissed.
Yep.
Right. Because at
Yeah.
this point, none of the other guys that we saw, like, you know, in the men's lounge are having connections with Corvea, which I think she's beautiful. I love that she gives
I think they were.
and her standards.
I think they were.
Okay.
No,
I
it was
can accept
4
that part.
guys. It was 4 guys against Corvea. It was 4 guys against her. When it came down to elimination, it was 4 guys to throw her name out.
Nah, she's probably high. She's probably
Because I'm
part of
looking
the
at my
hierarchy
notes.
in there.
4 guys.
She's probably but she's probably
How
part of the
many
hierarchy.
guys are left, Ty?
So Mark Anthony, Blue Anthony, and Lyndon.
It was 3
brought up
people tied for
Corvea's
3
name.
votes.
Remember, Corvea was in elimination.
Yeah.
But I still don't know if she's going home.
I thought it was 3 people tied with 3 votes. Let me go look.
It's 3 people. It's Corvea, Marcia, and who else?
No,
Hold on, are y'all talking about the last 3?
And
we're
Jeffrey.
talking about, the vote,
I feel like
the vote
we
at the
saw
end.
Marcia and Jeffrey in the preview.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, that are up for elimination.
And Marcia, Corvea, and Jeffrey were the
And
3.
I feel like we saw Marcia and Jeffrey
And
slow whining in the previews.
now think about this though.
Facts.
Since when do you have 3 people in the bottom?
What'd you say, Paul? You kind of like
when
went
do you
low.
have? I'm sorry.
We had 3 guys in the bottom. We had 3 guys in the bottom. So when our
Easy.
show opened, we had.
I've never seen that.
Easy.
No, we had
like,
3 guys in the bottom.
I see.
When our
The
show
I
show-
also think that on
Up for elimination though.
3 guys. We had 3 guys up for elimination when our show opened.
I think
Yeah,
that on,
because they
like,
got a pass last week. Paul, remember?
I think
happened?
that on Rashid and Simone's season. On Rashid and Simone's
That's
season.
why y'all need to stop trying to be producers and predict the show.
Exactly. I think there was 3 people up for elimination on that one too. On the
You don't never
Houston
know what they're
thing.
going to do. Clearly, they have shown us this. They're going to give us these twists. They're going to give us this person is gone. This person had an emergency. You know, they're going to give us a twist that, you know, they opened up. What did they do? They had 2 surprise people come join the show.
Mm-hmm.
They're going to give
And
us
so I
twists. It's
feel
still
like-
ready to learn. You know.
And then I feel like if Andre is, we don't know if he's permanently gone, but he was gone inappropriately at the time.
He's not gone. He's not gone.
Okay. So I'm saying
Yeah,
that
he's
for
not
Harper's,
You don't know. I think he might be gone.
Listen, Paul, if he doesn't come back, it's going to be a double woman elimination at
Because
some point.
Absolutely. And like Sabrina said, Sabrina did point out, so let's remember this, that she did point out that and Sabrina and Tyrone, that he self-eliminated, right? Is that what you guys are saying? That he said that he
stepped away.
He's leaving.
Yeah.
Not self-eliminating, but he said
removed himself from the process.
He's removing himself from the process. So we have to remember that. That's all I'm saying.
Mm-hmm.
Paul, you got any money?
He's on
Paul, you want to
Schwarzenegger.
How you want to do it? On air or off air?
I mean, we could do it both. We could do it off air because the amount of money that I'm going to request is going to be absurd and probably it's going to be a disrespectful amount of money that I'm going to want.
All right, so off air, we're going to bet on that.
We're going to say it here. Y'all are going to make a bet for what? What's y'all's bet? Don't say how much or whatever the bet is. Just what are y'all?
I'm going to tell you what I'm proposing. This is my bet. We're going to bet if
he's coming back.
He is returning. If he decided that, what did Sabrina and Tyrone say that he said? He's removing himself from the show. So
he'll be back.
I'm saying he's not coming back. Paul is saying he is coming back.
Okay.
So that's the bet. I'm betting he's not coming back. He's betting he is coming back. So we will see.
He'll be back.
Tyrone.
Oh, baby. I think I want some red bottom. Yes. What's the bet?
For editing purposes.
Dinner.
Was it removing or stepping away? What was the jargon?
He said he was stepping away from the process. Out of respect for everyone else, he's going to step away from the process.
I mean, technically he has no choice if he has the C. So it's like, why make the comment? Why did Tommy make the comment the way that he made it?
They have to.
No, because there's been other people that stepped away and it wasn't like that. Oh, she has COVID this week. Looney's not here. Or whoever's not here because they have COVID. And nobody said anything else. It wasn't like she stepped away.
Big country.
But it was a different tone. It was like,
right.
When Rome said he's literally sitting at the table in an upcoming clip. I ain't see that. I ain't see the curve.
Oh, hold on. I haven't been in the chat.
I didn't see that.
I ain't see it, sis. My bad.
The tone was different for Looney. It was basically like, let's pray for her safe, quick return.
Right. That's what I got. Right.
Yeah, it was like that.
Now, I'm not saying he's not going to be back for the reunion. I'm not saying he's not going to be back for the reunion. I am not saying that. That is not my bet. I am not.
I didn't say that.
He will not be back for the reunion.
I'm saying he's going to get back in the process.
Vanio, did we say?
You're saying okay.
Yeah.
I need to know who y'all sources are. So behind set, can we talk about y'all sources? Because y'all got
we'll talk about that. We'll talk about that behind.
I'm not sure. I'm really not sure. But I just thought about the fact that he did say he was removing himself. So if you remove yourself, we
stepping away.
Because it's ready to love, and we gotta watch it and keep building.
Oh, I said it out loud. My bad.
Hold on. I gotta step away from this real quick.
Okay. So.
Okay, I'm back. Just like Dre will be. See that? See what I just did?
Literally sitting.
Oh my God, Stacey, did you see that, Corny? Oh my God, he just played us real quick. He did a whole. Okay. You had me. You really got me.
You see what I did? Yeah, exactly.
Hold on, what?
So,
all right,
Andre will be back.
If that's the case, whatever it is you want, I will eat my bet because I'm a woman of my word. And offline, we're going to put this thing together.
No doubt.
I'm not saying he won't be back for the reunion.
No, hold on. I said
But I don't
Fabrice
know
would
about
be
the rest of the
eliminated.
show. That's all I'm gonna let
Right.
you know.
No doubt.
My boy, P out.
No doubt. And by
All
the
right.
way, for the record, I said that Fabrice was going to be a one-hitter quitter.
Yeah.
You said Beast was going to the end.
No, I said he was going to be a one-hitter quitter. I said he's going to be
No,
just like
you did
Cornelius in
not.
my season.
You were his
Man, come on.
biggest cheerleader.
You said he was going all the way to the end. You did not say he was going to be lower.
Listen,
Tyrone, go find the tape where Paul said this, because he is not doing that right now. He was his biggest cheerleader. Like, he got a varsity Letterman jacket with Fabrizio on the back. What are we talking about?
I'm about to go get my tuna fish.
I'm
nah,
not doing this with Paul tonight.
I rock with
Okay.
Fabrice, though.
Because he is
Oh, I'm tired of
like,
taking
he's
up
on
for
a
you
mission
because
right
you
now. He
don't
just
know. I'm
himself.
tired of taking up
He
for you. You need
I
to.
can, I can deliver. I can see my man going to the end. That is what you said. Like, what are you talking about?
I wanted him to go so bad. I did. I wanted Fabrice to
Now
go
it's I
so bad.
wanted it, not that I know. Oh, okay. Okay, goodbye.
But I know Andre's coming back. So we'll see him with his curl. He'll be able to twirl his curl.
So next up, we have Blake. We have Blake, who pulls Jeffrey away from her comfort zone, in her words, to give her an opportunity to tell him what. Now, I just want to let y'all know, after this scene, I almost didn't take no more notes. I was like, man, I can't even do it no more, okay, because there's a lot. Give her an opportunity to tell him what she said and what she meant. He states some things were told and said about him that were disturbing, surprised, and he was hurt. He wanted to present this to her, and she tells him to explain what was said to him. He said that he doesn't want to get into it and pretty much into the feedback and the stuff that was told to him. She says, well, how am I going to answer your question? He responds, well, I'm sitting here letting you know how I felt and that it made me feel a type of way. Pretty much the stuff that you had said. And Jeffrey was like, but what was that? And he tells her that he would prefer not to say and to not get into it. She says, then why are we talking about it? Why are you talking to me right now about it? He says, well, good question. He probably shouldn't be. He says that they will have to agree and leave it alone. Jeffrey concludes with Blake being a narcissist. Okay.
Okay. Here goes P.O. Paul, attorney at law.
I want to hear this, Paul. I want to hear
Okay,
this.
here we go. So let's just unpack this whole thing. Number one, I feel like I was frustrated because I was like, Blake came up, he had his chest puffed out, like, yeah, I'm about to let it off. And then, he ain't let it off. I was like, oh, he ain't let it off. So that was the first thing. So I was a little bit frustrated behind that. And then I had to say, okay, why didn't he let it off? And I feel like this. I feel because we know that this whole scene right here was produced. We know that. We know that because you don't just go grab somebody from point A to point B without having a camera set up to follow you. So we know that the producers probably said, hey, Blake, why don't you close this out, confront Jeffrey on camera so that the people will know, exactly what your grievances are. And so he probably showed up to the scene like this and took that bait, and he wasn't prepared for that smoke, right? And so in addition to that, I feel like Blake also didn't want to put Susu in the line of fire because he was tapping in to say, well, what did you hear? You understand what I'm saying? And I think that was his way of trying to protect her for the knowledge share that she did with him, right? Now, if you're gonna take a woman to the side and say, yo, I'm about to, we gotta talk. I think you do need to articulate what it is, right? Because I was very frustrated that he didn't let that off. But ultimately, I think this was a deflating scene for Blake, but I think that there will be more substance to this as it comes out later on. Your thoughts?
This was very frustrating to watch because I just felt like I wish he would have just came out and said what he needed to say. But I get it, like you said, it was probably he was trying to save, people's feelings, because that happens on these dates. Like, people will bring up things and you're like, wow, where did you get this from? And it could be that one of your other connections shared something, or someone heard something in the lounge. So, but I just felt like it was something that he could have honestly just been like, what are you saying in the lounge? But as we can see on a lot of these episodes, a lot of the men don't want to, I guess they don't realize that the women are discussing things in the lounge and they're going to talk about it. And then it's like when it's time to approach you about it, they don't know how to handle it. And I think that's what we saw with Blake and Jeffrey. I don't know, because Jeffrey did say that in the lounge. She said that he was telling her that she was the one, but why wouldn't he just, if he told her that, right? I feel like him not wanting to say that to her, that means that he must have really told that to her, because why wouldn't he say it?
I feel like
because he knew that he couldn't say it. It was like he was dancing around it. So was she lying or was he lying? Like, it's very misleading.
I just think that Blake didn't have enough information in terms of what he was about to speak to. So he was probably thinking, he probably was thinking, man, if I sit here and let out too much and, more than she knows that I know, is going to be an issue.
First of all, Sue Ann had already told him what she told him from the lounge, because that's what happens. Okay.
But
Sue Ann went home because that was her connection. She told Blake what Jeffrey said about him in the lounge that upset her. Okay. And Blake denied it to Suzanne. Clearly, he denied it because he couldn't even say to Jeffrey, you lied or you didn't lie.
Understand.
He just
alluded
to something instead of coming right out. So if you're confident about something, if I know that I'm confident about something and I know that I feel as though you lied on me, I'm going to straight up say, you lied on me. This is what I feel like you said about, why did you say this?
Right. So here's one of the things, and this is
so if the both of them felt like they had her in a lie, why he couldn't just say it is what I'm saying. You're saying he was trying to protect her for what if Jeffrey was already lying?
Yeah, but we don't know what was chopped from that, right? We heard, him sort of bringing issues. Hang on. No, I'm telling you that. I mean, you have to go off of, you know what happens behind the scenes and everything else. So we don't know what was taken away from that whole contextual conversation. Blake definitely said, yeah, I want to talk to you. I have these grievances I want to air out with you. Let's talk about it. And then, she probably said, or not probably, she said, well, what are those issues? And hang on.
Feel like if you're being real, you should be able to listen. Edit, forget an edit. You always trying to talk about production and edit.
I can't do that. I can't do that because I understand.
And you really think somebody's lying. Right. You should be able to verbalize that and say that to a person's face while you're on camera.
Okay.
So let's not pause. Being who they are, being truthful on camera.
Right, but let's pause real quick.
So can I add an interjection?
Wait. Just give me 1 second. Just give me 1 second. Let me just make this point. RTL always makes a controversial moment like this, and they do it in every season. It's a big moment, you know, to cast this big doubt,
Of
to get people to
course.
talk about it on this cliffhanger, right? And so this is all like, I mean, they did it in my season, they did it in this one, they did it in Houston, and so on and so forth. This is what they do. And so you have to understand that, you know, even though, yeah, we see it and it looks like it's black and white, there's still other meat and potatoes behind the scene that we don't really
But for
get
me, I'm
to
talking
see.
about the character that I see on the show. I'm not talking about, for me, when I give my opinion, I'm looking at the character that I see on the show. I'm not looking at what production edited or did. I'm looking at what I saw on the screen. And from what I saw on the screen, from my perspective,
Okay, can I?
I think he should have been.
Yeah, sure.
He should have been.
So I'm gonna give us context, right? So Sharice, remember that time on your season when they tried to act like you said something differently about, oh, you the king? And when on the next episode, when they approached you, you stood in your truth. It didn't matter what anybody said. You said, no, this is what I said. Jeffrey never said, this is what I said. And on the next episode, like on the previews, we saw that she kind of like stretched the fact that, who is it, Marcia? It's Susu. She was like, well, Susu was saying this, but no, Susu wasn't pressing her on anything. Jeffrey brought it up to them. Nobody was thinking about the shit. She came outside, joined the table, and was like, blah, 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 blah. So I feel both of y'all. So I feel like, Jeffrey, you know what you said he said. Stand in it. Right. And as far as Blake,
I can see that. Yeah, I can see that.
If I can be the devil's advocate and agree with Paul.
Right.
So sometimes in life we've learned not to accuse people of saying stuff if we weren't there to hear them say it. So when I was watching it, I was looking at it like Blake didn't want to accuse her of saying something that he heard secondhand. So he could have been a little more direct in his approach. Like he could have articulated himself a little better. Was like, so what exactly did you say? Because somebody said you said this. So what did you say? Because blah, blah, blah. So I feel like they're both like exaggerating the truth in this moment. I feel like nobody's right, nobody's wrong in this moment. Like I agree with your perspective and I agree with Paul's perspective. I feel like in this whole thing, Susu is innocent. That child, she innocent.
Right.
And
yeah,
I feel like you ain't have any problem standing on your truth. Like you were mouth vomiting all information in a woman's lounge. And that when Blake approached you could have said, because I know Sharice, you would have said it. I know for a fact you would have said it. I know for a fact Sabrina would have said it. I would have said, no, you said this. So that's all I said. I said what you said.
I would have known what he was coming for.
Right.
But then again, maybe.
And in the clip, we didn't see Jeffrey say that.
Right. And even in my season, a lot of times when the guys approached me about different things that they may have heard in the lounge or that another female may have told them that they had a connection with, you get thrown off guard. You have no idea where it came from. And then it does turn into he say, she say. And like you said, if you really said it, stand up to what you said, you know, and that's the whole thing about the process. People are going to say different things to you.
So in the moment, when the moment occurred, like as cast members, we know production, if I'm me and y'all are you and we're living in the moment, they're like, Blake, go ask Jeffrey about what she said about you. So it seemed like he was being a Giselle about it, like skating. And he couldn't man up and just be like, hey, this is what I heard you said. Is this what it was? Because this is what I recall saying.
Right.
And I think like that would have been a button in it. And then
but
also
is that
for
what happened? That's the thing. Why couldn't he explain that what he recalled saying? That's what I mean. If he didn't really say it, then why couldn't he confront her?
Well, because you know how. Well, I don't know if this was like true with your season, but I know it's true with my season. It was a little catch commercial of when Ida, who's good as gold, like I love me some Ida, and production sent her to, interrupt AJ and I as we were having like an in-depth conversation, right? So we know that stuff happens. Like we know it's like different fires burning, and for the sake of time and approaching issues, it happens. Production happens, right? And we know that there's production interruptions. We know this. So like at the moment, I didn't like Jeffrey, like, where is this coming from? Girl, you saw him be like, because you can see when they're like, go over there. You know what I mean? So I just didn't like the extra she was giving him, but I also felt like you were standing real thick in your conversation in the ladies' lounge. If this is exactly what he said, just say it. Like it would have solved a lot for us. Yeah, definitely, Paul. Keep the same energy. And the same applies for Blake. If this is what you said and this is what you didn't say, stand in it. Because even if he said a lie, at least he was saying something for himself. It was just like, what are y'all saying? Like as viewers, we're like, well, is somebody gonna say something? Is somebody gonna address something? Like what y'all talking about? Like somebody got to approach in the room.
But Stacey, he was the one that pulled her to the side. He should have said it. He should have led the conversation where it needed to go. I'm sorry, it was too much cat and mouse.
It was too much and not enough. I agree. As a man, he should have said it. But also as a man, like we gotta understand, like sometimes like when men approach conflicts, they automatically look like an aggressor. So I can understand why Blake was trying not to look like, oh, I'm going in on her. I can understand like his job, whatever in his brain, he's like, I don't want to be like dragging a woman on TV. Like, girl, you lying. I ain't say that. I can understand that. But at the time, we're all like, who said what to who? Like somebody got to stand in something at this point. Everyone watching, the entire viewing audience knew what was going on at the time. And they were acting like they didn't know what they were talking about. Y'all knew what was going on. It was
so dragged on. Yeah.
There's that. So I felt like, I still feel like there's going to be a resolution because I don't think their format is to have this open-ended sort of beef and then not close it out. So I feel like maybe the next episode that will be talked about and it'll get closed out.
If I was Jeffrey, I would have been like, Blake, why are you playing? You said I was your main girl. You said you don't know why you're here. And that's all I conveyed to the women. So,
well, but that's not true because he said the controlling. Yeah, she said he's controlling and he's scary and all this other stuff. So,
but she wasn't scared. She wasn't scared to stand in it when she was telling the story. When she was telling her point of view. I don't think that she's scared of Blake. I don't think that she feels controlled by Blake. So in that moment, I feel like for everyone's sake, she should have stood in whatever she said in the ladies' lounge. the ladies lounge discussions, right? Our private discussions are one thing. Eliminate discussions are something else. Like when you're corrective, like you're trying to correct someone and you're trying to give them feedback on what you can do better, that's
Bubble
something.
date.
So if you're saying, hey, you seem vested in one person. This person said you're vested only in one person, and the ladies feel like you need to correct that. That's one thing. So I feel like in that moment, somebody should have said something at that moment because we all knew what was going on. So they trying to act like the viewing audience is stupid, like we don't know what's going on. No, y'all are grown. Stand in whatever you feel like your truth is.
I'm gonna try my best to explain what I feel is going on, and this is one of the probably the first time I actually felt for Blake, and I was supportive of Blake, and I'll tell you why in a second. Um, I literally had to have a date to explain what someone else said that I said in the ladies' lounge. Right, if y'all remember that.
Yes,
All
and Ty,
right.
did I ever apologize to you for being critical
What?
of you? Because I misjudged you in that moment. Because after that moment, when you were entitled the opportunity to explain, I got it.
Mhm,
I totally
mhm,
got it. I can understand where you're
mhm,
coming from.
mhm. So, in a way, I do feel like production had Blake initiate that conversation.
No
I
doubt.
feel like I feel like Blake is aware of what was said about him in the lounge. We are aware of what was said about him in the lounge, right? Blake is focused on this one thing. We are focused on this one thing. Jeffrey may have said 20 things about him. She has no idea what he's talking about. So she just wants to be clear. Which one of these 20 things did I say about you, brother? So I can explain it. I also
Not
feel like
20 things.
I I also feel like when Blake mentioned it, he may have figured that Jeffrey was just going to be receptive and respond to the one thing that he's thinking of. And because she didn't, he felt it escalating. And if it escalates, that means that it has to come out that Sue told him. Then it also has to come out that he said that Jeffrey is his number one. So another thing that I'm seeing, and I was trying to explain why I was supportive of Blake in this moment, is that when I look at him, like I see some PTSD in his eyes. And when you're in that situation and you feel like a situation is going to get volatile, the one thing that you want it to do is to end. And you may not be the best in trying to get it to end. So when he was like, I don't know why we're having a conversation. Like he probably doesn't know why he's having that conversation right now. So when he's on that boat and he can feel it escalating, but he can't run from it, then that's what you're going to get in that situation. So, I mean, in the end, like we can all say, like, you should be a man, bring it up. And he should have. He should have been a little bit specific, saying, hey, this is the one specific thing that I heard. But then it's going to turn into, well, how did you hear it? And then what could happen is, in his eyes, now Jeffrey is going to confront Sue about
Exactly.
talking in the lounge. So now that's another conflict that he has to deal with. And it's going to seem like he started that, which he doesn't want to
Right.
start. I feel like
Right.
he just wants to sit in his comfort zone and ride off into the sunset with Sue as his connection.
Yeah. Rarely do you and I agree on Blake, But yeah, I feel the same way. Um,
Same.
yeah, you know, I mean, you know, like I said, I just feel like there's more substance to Blake that will come out. I just think that right now we're on the shallow edge of this thing. I feel like maybe by episode 6 or 7, we will start to learn a little bit more about him. Am I impressed with who he is up front? No. But there's something about him that I think is going to open up.
You
Yeah.
seem pretty confident in that, Paul.
Open up
I do.
him or open
It's no, there's going to be something about him that we learn. Like maybe something vulnerable, maybe something, you know, maybe he has a side to him that isn't rigid or, you know, sort of, you know, just straight up and down my way highway type of characteristics.
Yeah,
No,
he's
there's
starting with
definitely something there.
I agree.
so
I agree also with the guys here for once. Not like for once, but right now I'm gonna agree with y'all because he has like
Yeah,
we're like
that's rare.
Mhm.
he has how many kids with how many mothers? 3,
3.
2, 3.
And,
I'm
So
good.
he's
and
learned.
alleged.
He's
gotta go.
learned.
Mhm.
He's learned not to be what argumentative,
Right.
So
not to like.
another thing, not to cut you off, Stacey, but it's
No, you're
something
not.
that I'm familiar with is like men can be emotionally abused as well, right? By their mates,
Right.
you know, and that can be triggering. That can give you a little bit of, you know, relationship PTSD, which is why a lot of people who have been in that situation will say, like, I don't want any conflict in my relationship. Like, that is the last thing that I want. Like, some people don't even handle arguments well. I don't handle arguments well. And it can be perceived as soft, but it's only because there may have been a situation that got either out of hand or it just feels like, I don't know, like I've been deployed. So it's almost like if I'm with someone that is very volatile, it's almost like I'm waiting for another landmine to go off. You know what I mean? And it's very, very triggering, especially if you don't know when your mate is going to pop off on you.
Right.
You know, he don't know her, you know, and maybe he has seen things and had conversations with her, you know, to make him feel that way. Now, I'm not making no excuses. I'm just telling you, those are some of the things that happen.
Yeah. I
And
can dig
when
it.
when she wasn't receptive to, you know, him saying, you know, there are some things that I heard, and I'm assuming he was expecting her to just pick up on the one thing that he was aware of, you
Right.
know. And I've had situations where people were saying, hey, I saw you on the panel talking about me. And I have to say, well, what did I say? Because I know that I have said multiple things about a specific person. You know, I've been there.
Right.
And if I can add from the jump, let's talk about when he first walked over there. And honestly, like I saw Vicky Alex, I'm gonna give attention to your comment. Like I have no idea about him and any allegations. I don't know. But when he first approached her, he was like, "Can I borrow you for a moment?" She was like, "For what?" Like it was already negative. Like we knew it was about to be some bull. So I knew like nothing they talked about was going to be either give us a resolution or be positive. Like it wasn't going to be like an adult conversation. I knew that from the jump. And like in the exchange, I felt like so for me, I'm a woman, like I'm not gonna show you all of my cards. So I'm gonna let you say what you guys say. So I'm gonna say, okay, Blake, what did you tell me? What did you tell me in all that conversation? Did you tell me I was your number one? Why are you that you don't want to be here for the process? I feel like she didn't like Blake at all, and so she was just turned off by anything he said, especially at that moment. And regardless of production, edits, whatever, she just didn't want to be interrupted. So already, and I'm giving her credit. Like we don't know exactly like the depth of what she was talking about when she was interrupted. So that's fair, right? But when he interrupted her, it was already, if we look back at the scenes, it was already faces and what? Like basically like, what you want with me? Which I have said that before. Like, what you want with me? And he didn't, he kind of like grazed it. He was like just like a Giselle, like I'm skating. I'm trying not to be too confrontational about it, because that's like, like in black man point of view, I can appreciate the fact that we don't want black men to look confrontational and like bullies and abusive. I get that. So like this was a hard conversation to navigate, because we have, as viewers, we have no resolution here. We don't know who said what. We have what we think. We don't know what exactly was said. And especially like from the perspective of a woman that's not feeling you. And I never saw Jeffrey like, oh, Blake is my guy. So it's like, it was almost like in my season, like, for example, when I kept getting dates with David, I was not interested in him at all. I was just like, kind of like, why are we here? You know what I mean? And I kind of came off as like being rude or whatever, but I was confused because that wasn't any of the guys I was interested in. You know what I mean? So like, why are we on a date? We're not having a connection. We're not even in the conversations, like all of the conversation is being filmed, but it's not being showed to y'all. Why are we here? Right. It was just more like I'm being annoyed. So in Jeffrey's defense, that's her defense. And in Blake's defense, like, I get y'all, my black men. Like, y'all have a tough world to navigate, especially in dating, especially in front of the world, and especially in controversy when you're trying to approach something that you may or may not have said. Like, how do I approach something that I didn't say? Say Blake didn't say any of it. How's he going to articulate that without seeming like a bully? When she's already agitated that he interrupted her.
Right. It's just like on my season when I get on that date, and then when Zoe was like, I was fake. And I'm like, where's this all coming from? Because nobody really tells you. So I knew like it was a result of stuff that people had said to him. And it's just so much more than what you see. It's so much more than what you see.
Sorry, guys. So
I agree with you guys.
Say it again, Sharice.
I was saying I agree with you guys. Like, it's so much more than what you see. And it's just like, on these dates, you just never know who they're going to put you on there with and when it's going to be awkward. Because I know for me, that was a very awkward date for me. Like, I just felt like, why am I here with this guy? I'm trying to play pool and he's like calling me fake. What the hell is going on? So I just think this was like, another case where this could have really escalated. But I think, they were both, it was just awkward. It was very awkward.
I had a date with someone I ended the connection with like the night prior. So I was like, don't production know, you know? So when I saw her walk up, I was like, oh man, like it almost felt like a setup. It almost felt like
Yeah.
they were trying to make me get angry, you know? And I don't know. There is a clip where you can actually see me flinch back. If someone can find it, go find it. But I'll admit that. You can see her reach out
Well,
to try to like,
people,
let me stop. Let me stop.
I get it. I know how you feel. I know people think I was acting, but I was really actually very shocked on my on my date when it went left. I was like,
No, we clearly saw that you were upset.
No, we
Period.
can see that you were upset. And
Hey.
to me, looking at it, Sharice, it looked like I thought we were cool. Like we talked yesterday about our connections, like whatever was going on. So where is all this animosity coming from?
And that
So
negative energy.
and so it was totally awkward. Like it was an awkward misplacement of animosity towards you. You know what I mean?
Yep.
So I totally get it. Like I was just like, why is he being this rude to her? And what's crazy is that right. And what's crazy is that I know someone that knows Zoe, right? I don't know him, never talked to him, don't know anything about it. And they was like, oh no, so I wasn't thinking that he would give you that type of energy at all. And if we go back to what happened, even if it was like barbecue, like that was like, that's what y'all said. Like many people said that your season. So why was it suddenly bad that Sharice said what everybody said? So I had a strong problem with how he approached you. Now, at the end of the day, men don't talk to women like that. So in this moment that we're seeing, with Blake, you know, I think Blake is handsome. Maybe he's misunderstood. I don't know. We haven't seen enough of him articulating who he is, his kids, like as a person. We haven't seen enough of him talking, like for people to say he's a narcissist and all this stuff. We haven't seen enough of him talking about himself, right?
Oh, well,
So
I would like to know, hold on, what does Jeffrey do for a living again? What does she do? Anybody know? Let me see.
You got it, Ty?
We're getting there. I think she's a lawyer or something, right? No. Oh, executive assistant. EA.
Okay. So then she can't diagnose him as being a narcissist. All right. So we got that out the way.
Wow.
Well, you know what? I think calling
Well, you know, we're really putting this narcissist word around, all this narcissist talk. Now they're gaslighting and all this bullshit.
I know it's like new words, like alpha, submissive, narcissist, gaslighting. Like we have a vocabulary. We understand what it means. Like this is like a fishing hook of jargon for us to hook on to and to just go with it. Like we're much smarter than that as a culture. Like why are we just accepting these hook tag words and going with it? That is crazy to me.
And labeling people with them.
When people say these words, it makes me look at them and not who they're calling these terms to. And that is my problem now, because I feel like these are catchphrases. Like it's like, oh, da-da-da. You know, when people roll the drums and be like, da-da-da. But it falls short with me. Like, tell me something of substance, because y'all are having these back channel conversations. Say something to make me understand. This season, like for all of the negativity towards Blake, we haven't seen why he deserves it. Like, please, cast, give us a reason why, so I can make it make sense, like in my brain. So, okay, I'm a Virgo, right? So, for me, and this is where maybe I'm falling short, you know what I mean? Like where I'm missing some steps or missing additional information, like gray area. For me, it has to be logical, like A plus B must be followed by C. You know what I mean? But we're missing the B. We just have like these hook tag words. Like, y'all give me something. So in that moment, I wanted Jeffrey to give me some, like, you are a woman of grace and class. Tell him what he said, girl, so we can understand. But now it's just like a 50-50 split. We don't know who said what. But immediately following it, we saw Jeffrey exaggerating the conversation that we just saw with Susu.
That's true.
Mm-hmm. So I'm in confusion. And in fairness, I believe Jeffrey, but I just want something. Like I just need something to go along with that belief, and it's falling flat. Like I don't have anything. He's a turnoff. PC serial mom. He's a turnoff. Yes, we have seen things that might turn us off his personality, little things, but we haven't seen anything that would tell us that this is who he is. And for me, that's what I'm missing. I'm missing like a complete characterization of this person. Like in previous seasons, we've been able to pretty much gauge who's who, right? Right now, I don't know who is who and who's not. I don't even know.
Right. That's all I said. I just want somebody to show me something, and I'm waiting for Blake to do something where I'm gonna say, okay, bro, I can't roll with you. I can't roll with you on this. Like, you know, I'm riding with you now, brother. But you know, this is a little bit just off the chain. I haven't seen that. Now, if I do, I will call it out. I'm not going to support somebody that does something that's disrespectful, or, you know, that's not, you know, to my beliefs or standards.
And for example, Paul, we saw clearly in the scene with Zoe and Sharice, it was clearly shown before us. She didn't say nothing. She didn't provoke him. She wasn't loud. She didn't say anything. Like, and you can tell it wasn't a highly edited scene. Like, cause the conversation kind of like flowed. It wasn't like stuff thrown there. You know what I mean?
Right.
So for me, like you can see, like you could build an opinion of that scene, of that situation. In this situation, it's just like all hands in the air. I don't even know. I don't know.
I don't even know.
Who knows?
So who's gonna get eliminated?
Who do y'all think? It's a woman elimination, right?
Mm-hmm. There's three of them up there. It's so catchy.
Who are the three? What we got?
We got Marcy, Jeffrey, and Corvea.
Yeah, I think Corvea is out of here.
Well, we know it's not Jeffrey because she's in the next scene.
Right. I think it's going to be Corvea.
I thought I saw Corvea too.
You saw her?
Yeah, I think I saw Corvea too.
Okay, so let's just talk. Let me just say something about this lifeline deal that they were arguing back and forth about. So let's just be clear here.
They gonna stay?
No, let's just be clear here and be totally transparent with the viewers of this review. So if there's generally, when the guys go into, or the guys or the ladies go into a woman or men's lounge, it's supposed to be that someone leaves based off of a consensus. Like, you know, the majority of people are saying, okay, this person needs to go, right? That's supposedly how this works. So if that is the case, why would you need a lifeline if the guys are in there making the decision, or the ladies are in there making the decisions to get rid of people? So just to be transparent, we know that producers are the ones that's deciding who's leaving or who's staying, and they're giving the men
Here you
their
go, Paul.
one, the men and women, they're giving the women and the men their one-time opportunity to actually have input on who gets to stay and who gets to leave. That being said, it's totally unfair for them to do that. You know, what would be the, why do we need a lifeline at this point? Why
It
can't the
was
guys just say, I'm sorry, go ahead.
it was a three-way tie for last place.
It wasn't a three-way tie. You know that. You know it was not a three-way. They made it a three-way, but it wasn't a three-way.
How
You
many
know that.
is it?
I was just
Is it
I
an
was just
odd number
counting
of women left?
when
It's an odd
when
number of
Tommy
people left.
asked who you not feeling, all I did was count the names that the people said, and it was
I
a
understand.
three-way tie for last place.
Understood. Understood. But man to man, you know what it is.
Yeah, I mean they gotta sell the show.
Right.
They
Okay.
got what?
They gotta sell the show.
hmm
So who's going home?
I'm gonna say Corvea is probably going to be the one to go home, because Mark Anthony was pissed off because she was on the chopping block, and I feel like he's saying, "Man, y'all ain't going. I want to save it for another time. My girl might be on the line or whatever."
And then Mark Anthony.
Say that again. I think
So
they
then it'll
overrode
be-
him.
Then Mark Anthony will go afterwards then, because that's pretty much how it goes.
Nah, because Mark Anthony can, he can woo Jeffrey.
Oh,
No,
Yeah, he can
I
woo and tap into her.
I think I
Yeah,
definitely
yeah,
saw Mark
that's-
Anthony on the beach.
Yeah.
The fact, so I feel like the fact that DeMario was fighting so hard means that nobody else was feeling it, and he was trying to justify and argue his case, because everybody was like, no, like why?
well, I think they might have been arguing about Corvea and Jeffrey.
Well, that's what I'm
Because
saying.
they-
And I feel like
and Mark Anthony likes Jeffrey.
And I feel like if we can, so if I step aside and I say, just from a viewer perspective, not us on the show, we didn't see too much of Corvea on this episode, right? We didn't see too much of her.
Mark Anthony does Mercedes too. We forgot to talk about Mercedes.
So if I had to pick, I would say Corvea. If I had to pick, but I don't know, and I ain't put no money on it, because right now I don't even know. Shit.
I don't even
know
know.
shit.
It's so hard. I look at all three of them and I'm like, put it back up there, put it back up there again. It's so hard.
But I felt like the show, like just from a viewer perspective, like if I'm going to tap into my inner Tyrone, if I'm going to tap into my inner editor Tyrone,
yeah,
we didn't see enough exchanges with Corvea. So I feel like this is a setup to show she doesn't have any connections except the last little hanging fruit, right? So I think this is an episode. Our next episode, we're going to see a man and a woman leave. And I think we know the man and the woman that's going to leave, because DeMario pissed everybody off, right? For going so hard.
Oh, yeah.
Ooh.
Right.
And we didn't see much. We didn't see any connections with Corvea, but she was a topic. She was a hot topic of elimination. So if I can,
yes, she was. All of them had her in elimination, like guys.
if I'm Virgoing, and I can't wait to join y'all next week so y'all can tell me if I'm wrong, I welcome it. I hope I'm wrong because I feel like Corvée is very misunderstood. I feel like she is age appropriate. She's like 31, 32. You know what I mean?
Right.
Like,
Yeah.
like,
Yes.
like when you just come into your own and you're like, this is what I like, this is what I don't like, this is what I accept, this is what I don't accept. And sometimes we fall short on communicating that, and we might not articulate it in the best way. I feel like Corvée this season is the most misunderstood person. And as far as a lifeline, I want them to bring Natasha back because I feel like that is a gem that I don't even know her, but I don't know anything about this lady, but I feel like this season, like from what we're seeing now, we're missing her. And I don't know anything about her except that she's a lawyer. So I feel like she has a perspective. She's diplomatic. Like she probably has more to offer. And I go back to the season of Atlanta when they got rid of, I think they called her Tiny. I can't remember her real name because we've been through this so many times. So forgive me if you're watching it. I feel like she was a gem in Atlanta, the second season of Atlanta, season 2, that they missed out on. So she was an attorney, super cute, a baddie, badass, like everything. And I feel like sometimes people eliminate it early. If you can like renege and bring back somebody, I want them to bring them back. So I would wish, instead of introducing new people, maybe one of the curveballs was to be reintroduced, one of the first eliminated.
Good deal.
Yeah. Do you really want to see someone be the first person to get eliminated twice? I mean, I'm not trying to be funny. I'm not.
But remember, on my season, they brought back KG, who was eliminated in a very like raw, awful way, and he lasted to the end. And KG is a really wonderful, great stand-up guy, and he should, like, if they would have just given him another, like just one more date, like one more something on his original, on the first Houston. If they would have given him one more, if that would have been a non-elimination, he is.
But that wasn't that the one that couldn't pay no mortgage or something?
But what if he does get eliminated? Like,
so whose place is she gonna take? And then the same thing, like Chris. That was his name, right? Chris, the first dude that got eliminated.
Because she had no. So what is she coming back?
I'm pretty sure the good people, the great, she's a catch, all that.
But
I feel like
I understand what y'all are saying. Like for the viewers, let me tell y'all, some of the first people eliminated right now, like in our world, are the people that's highly sought after, and right here in Ready to Love. Like people are like, oh, I wish I would have had another opportunity. Oh, like oh my God, like, and they never go away. Like everyone loves them.
Yeah.
Let's see how she's gonna do with the reunion. So we can look forward to her being on the reunion, Stacey.
I can't wait because I can't wait. I pray she airs out everybody that's been texting her.
Hold on, I need to go follow
the
new cast.
I understand that they're all great.
What did she do?
I don't even think they should.
Stacey?
She's an attorney, but I feel like I just
you
feel
said
like
she aired out what?
No. I said I pray she airs out everybody that's been texting her and all the dates she's been on.
Since the show.
Because on the first one, like on mine, like I can go back to mine. They try to make it like, you know, the edits made it look like I wasn't feeling Christian, but I really was. Because so if you go to the scene where they show me getting up, it made it look like I was being messy. But I was really like, I had to go change my mic batteries. They were like, Stace, come change your mic batteries. But I was like, I'm not engaging in this conversation either. You know what I mean? So it was like an unfair assessment of him, how it appeared. And I caught a lot of flack for that. But Christian, literally, he's somebody like he's literally husband material. Like he's what you want.
Yes, I'm sure. But if Christian comes back, someone's got to go, and who's gonna go?
Who gotta go?
I'm not a fan. I'm not a fan of them eliminating people on day one.
I am.
But if you're gonna bring them back, then somebody got to go, right?
So Tyrone, so you were prematurely let go, right? If you came back on your season, who would have left in your spot?
Sean.
That's what you asked.
I say it all the time. Sean's ass would have been up out of here.
He left. He immediately left. Sean immediately left. So who?
But I'm saying Sean, it was almost like they couldn't because they just brought, like they literally brought him on for the ringer as the ringer.
Sean was on his way out anyway. He wasn't, from what we could see at the time, he wasn't really connecting with anyone. But of people who appeared as if they were connecting with people, who would you have replaced other than Sean?
If you asking me, it could have been any one of them. If you
I
asking
want you to
me,
give a name. I want you to give a name. And no,
it don't even matter.
Bonnie, no. Bonnie, listen. I didn't have
What's the
real
question?
connection with anyone on my season. No. Like, I went through dates. I connected with one person, but then that didn't work out. Right? So nobody else was like really for me there after me and this one person didn't work out. So my exit, even though it was a coup, but my exit was like, who else did I have? Like, right? It was reasonable. I shouldn't have came back on my season. No one should have thrown in a lifeline for me. I can be real about it. But Sabrina, Ty, not PO, because we know what PO did. Not Sabrina, because Sabrina, we know what Sabrina did. So I guess the question's to Ty. And. Who would you have replaced? Other than Sean, Ty? Everybody.
If you ask me,
I
could have replaced any one of them. If you're asking me,
you could have and should have, because you are who, like, if we're going through, like, as much as people complain about this person isn't ready, or this person is an actor, or this person is something. From what we've seen in the seasons of you giving your reviews, of everyone getting to know you better, we know that you should have been, if you had a match, like if you could have chosen your match, that you would have been at the end, but you would have had to replace someone.
Yeah, understandable.
And it wouldn't have been Sean, because Sean didn't have the connection.
Oh, okay. Yeah, like I said, if you ask me, any one of them could have went.
I was on the wrong season too.
I agree, Tyrone. I wish you would have been on my season, because I would have snatched your ass up like a damn Reese's Pieces. I would have cheated. What Drew Hill said, snatch you up like Reese's Pieces.
Stacey, you been drinking?
No,
he doesn't drink.
He's sober. I'm joking. Yeah, I'm joking.
I felt like I should have been on Ready to Love Potomac.
I feel like I should have came to DC and shook that shit up too. Girl, I wish if I could do it again, I wish I would have been on the season with you, Sabrina, because I feel like it would have just been fun. Because I feel like I would have been side-eyeing you in woman's line, like, look at this girl now.
Who, me?
I feel like I would have been like, girl. Like, I feel like I would have been side-eyeing about, like, all of our conversations. Like, girl, you already know, sis. And the camera would have been in your face and my face, and we would have been meeting in the middle, like, girl.
Honey, it would have been frick, frack, and
Frick.
It would have been the Three Musketeers, honey, because I sure enough was giving a whole lot of eyes. Sure enough.
I wish I could have been there. Like, if I could have been a fly on the freaking wall, I would have been a fly on the freaking wall. Like, I love. And then also, like, by far, like, now that I'm looking back, and it's not that y'all are here, you know, like, I wish I could have been there just to, like, see the little extra. Like, ooh, I would have been like, girl.
Have been like,
well, no, distance isn't keeping me and Tyrone from dating. I feel like me and Tyrone is like we could be brother and sister.
Honey, they trying to get Tyrone. They gonna
I know Stacey just
Tyrone a wife.
Tyrone, I got another egg over here.
Fishing for a reaction, that's all.
They gonna find Tyrone a wife. If they don't get me to marry Tyrone or Stacey, they gonna get somebody to marry Tyrone. Oh my God.
Ray Day. Wait, why Ray Day doing me? Stacey likes everybody. Really, I don't be liking nobody, girl. Chill. Me and my therapist working on that, sis.
I feel you, because I'm single and but I'm about to start dating again.
Well, I feel like, okay, so Sabrina, Ty, P.O., Sharice, what do you feel like is like our biggest lessons, like with us in dating? Not necessarily with the show or PTSD from the show. You know what I mean? I mean, like what is it, like our biggest like gem that we took away from this experience? Because like a lot of people say a whole bunch of negative stuff, like I wouldn't do it again, like it's fake, all this stuff. But I feel like we really learned a lot about ourselves, what we do differently. It's a lot of positive that we, like, it really pushed us to our limits.
I learned how, let me tell you this.
Definitely
I learned how to get off of the elevator, if you know what the elevator is. And let me just
explain. No, I don't know.
Okay.
So explain.
Okay, let me explain this to you. So it goes like this. They give you a token, you get on the elevator, you get to stop on every floor, and you know, whatever floor you stop on, right, is your final floor. So the elevator works like this. You know, you go up to the first floor, you might see somebody, that may be your type a little bit, but you go up again, next floor, that person's kind of beautiful. You go up to the third floor, and this person is gorgeous, and you're like, yo, I could probably find somebody else on the top floor. And by the time you get to the top floor, you get to a toad, and that's it. You got to get off the elevator. See what I'm saying? So basically, stop trading in the great car or the good car for a car that you feel like is going to be great. You know what I mean? And it ends up being a goddamn lemon.
Well,
the end.
I was about to say that's not my experience, but I think the main thing that I've learned within dating, and I think that I'm just more cautious now. I'm not quick to just jump into any relationship or a situation. Like I have to really be feeling you. It takes a lot for me to feel someone. So once I do, I'm all in. And I think that's one of my things is that once like I'm feeling you, I'm like 100% invested. Like I give you 100% of me. And that's something that I need to I personally need to stop doing so much of, because I keep giving men wifey material when they're not giving me husband material. And that was one of my things that I had to learn, and also to not ignore red flags. And that's something that I've done in a lot of my relationships. And just moving forward now, I just don't lie to myself anymore. Like someone once said, like the men would be like, tell the woman the truth, but let them lie to themselves. And I think that's what I used to do. Was I used to lie to myself. I used to sell my own self dreams. And that's something that, I had to stop doing as well. And stop thinking also too, that just because he's being nice, like we need to be together forever. You know what I mean? So it's cute. I'm enjoying the dating ride. It is what it is at this point. I want to get back out there. I haven't really been out there like that, but it's to the point now where I'm about to be on straight savage mode. So
Hey,
I'm about to be breaking some hearts at this point, because I don't really give a care anymore. I'm like, it is what it is. And what happens, happens.
yeah.
Am I next? Did PO go? Okay, so I'm next. What have I learned about dating since being on the show? I think for me, it helped me to see myself. I've learned what I want and what I don't want. And I feel like I've learned to trust myself, and not to waste my time. But yeah, I've also learned that I'm a pretty good judge of character. Seeing myself dating was different, but I think I'm learning to be more vulnerable as well. Yeah, and kind of loosen up with the dating, because I was very tight with the dating. So I'm learning
Yeah,
to loosen
that's what I
up.
mean. Yeah, that's what I mean too about going savage. Like, if someone comes up in the store and he's like, "Hey, how are you? Like, like what's your name?" Normally I'm like not interested. You know what I mean? But I'm gonna like be
Yes, very
savage. So
much
like,
so.
what? Screw it, I'm gonna talk to everybody. Like, I'm just gonna put myself out there. So
I
yeah.
think the show forces you to put yourself out there. I feel like before I came to the show, I signed up because I was ready and I was, at a place to date. And now it's like you said, I'm definitely more open, and I meet a lot of men now because they have seen me on the show and they're like, okay, we saw you chose yourself. So can I take you on a date? And I can't lie, before I would have never. But I don't even need to be on a dating app now. So I would be a fool not to be dating.
Right. I did
So
the dating
it's
thing,
that's
honey.
what has changed for me, for sure. For sure. I mean, even before Ready to Love, I wasn't on Instagram. Like, I've always been very private. I don't mention who I date. Like, I don't name drop, and I've never, ever, ever, like, everybody knows everything about me as a professional, but my personal life, it would take a lot to really dig it up. So I think that has definitely been the thing for me. It's opened me up to more fish in the sea, and I'm fishing a lot more.
Mhm.
Do y'all know why I joined? Do y'all know why I got on this show? Do you know why?
Why, PO?
I ain't telling nobody that.
Oh, dang.
Yeah, no, but you know what you're not gonna do. So what you're not gonna do is do that bullshit. And it's just we want to hear it. Like, tell us.
Oh,
It's okay.
you was trying to find love. You ready to love, and you was
No,
trying to find
no, no. I signed up because they sent me a text and it was like, "Yo, Trump, why don't you rock with the show?" I said to myself, you know what? I ain't doing nothing else with my life. You know what I mean? Solo dolo. Let me just try it out and see what it is. And I said, okay, yeah, this is not the theater for my movie. And
it.
yeah.
Yeah.
and I was good. But yeah, that was the reason why I did it. I don't think that I was looking to like I was being open. I wasn't looking. I was just being open for it.
Yeah,
You know.
I agree.
Yeah,
Can
no
I
doubt.
say something real quick? I want to tell you this, Stacy. You know, like being in Texas, it is very normal that you have 3 kids. You know that, right? Because most people in Texas is very family oriented. That's what I love. I should have came to
No,
Texas instead of Miami 17 years ago, and I probably would be a wife with children because that's normal there. Because I have a friend
Well,
who lives there, and she told me she lived here. We all lived here. She was here for 15 years. She moved to Texas recently. She's on her second baby. She says, Sharice, in Texas, all my friends are like 26 with 3 kids. It's normal in Texas.
is that
well,
what you want?
well,
I mean, I would have wanted that, but now I'm 43, Paul. So look at where I'm at in my
Oh,
life. That's the thing about
I
it.
didn't realize.
I got to
Okay,
go over here or over there or
I didn't realize you was 43. I'm sorry.
oh, thank you.
because
Such
you
a
look
nice
so
compliment.
young. Look at you with your little
I
young
know.
self, girl.
Shout out to Blake for that one. No, I'm
Yeah.
kidding.
Drop down and get the roof on. I just feel like y'all know I'm in Texas. I've been here for about 8 years, but I'm from the South. I lived abroad. My kids were born and raised abroad. You know what I mean? They're like little Italian kids. I'm from a very like family oriented person. I'm Catholic. So like when I got a divorce, it was very like, not that no one in my family has gotten a divorce, but it's so much pressure associated with it.
Yeah.
And like for me, I had to relearn things, who I was, because I was with my ex-husband since I was 19 to 36. So like when I was 37, I had to figure shit out like I was 22 or 23. I had to figure out everything, not just like sexually, but just like womanly, what I liked, what I didn't like so example, I didn't realize I was an affectionate person. I didn't realize I liked affection until after I was divorced and I was in this dating world. Now I'm trying to figure it out. And I'm like, oh my God, this guy just like touched my hand in public. And so for me, it was like kind of like, because it's not in my comfort zone. But then I realized like, oh, I like this. Like I like affection. Okay. So on my dating list of things that I like, I want a guy that's affectionate. You know what I mean? Certain things that I like and I don't like. So on the show, what it gave me, like what I took from the show, right, was that for me, I had to be more open because I'm a very guarded person. Not because I'm guarded or because I have something to hide, but because I'm used to more of like a traditional thing, like a traditional way of life. And that is a cultural thing, maybe a regional thing. Like, not to say that people in other areas aren't traditional, but like our traditional is we get married, we don't get divorced. We go to our little Catholic church every Sunday. We do this, we do this. Like, so I was used to like a fine line of things. So the show really challenged me to get back to who I was as a person, because you know, like when you're married so long, and I raised kids for more than half of my life. So it was like I fell into a role and I forgot like who I was as a person. Being in this experience and in this journey, you know, we hate that word, this journey. It challenged me to really not just and this was a critique of what I gave Jeffrey, you know, like stand in who you are as a woman, you know, not just like what somebody said to you, but who you are as a woman. So like, I recently had a conversation with a guy and I was like, I just don't like when you say that. I don't like it. And I was proud of myself because like the role me, you know, the mom me, the wife me, like like what I fell into. And some people like they might not understand that, but I think that in the South, you know, whereas other places like it's very like old school. Like that's what I mean by traditional, like old school, like ancient. Like your number one is wife, or maybe your number one is mother, wife, and like number 10 might be job, self-identity. You know what I mean? So for me, I really had to reconnect with who I am as a person. Like I remember being like, oh, I forgot I was funny. Like how the edits look on the show, it might have looked like I was kind of like hard, man, like standoffish. But really, I'm like joking. So I like joke all the time, and that's something that London from season 2 of Atlanta told me. He's like, Stace, now you know me and you joke a lot. Depending on how they cut it, you might look away because we're fun, like energetic, joking people. So, for example, like when in Pilates on my season, when I was bending over and I was like, oh, you late to David, I was joking because actually I was later than him because I didn't initially know we were going to do Pilates. And then I was like, oh, you got to take your shoes and your socks off of that. Let me go run because I broke my toenail off yesterday running. So I need to go get my big toe fixed because I don't want to be on, like they ain't about to film me with like a cracked ass toe. So I was the one actually late, but how it looked was like I was being snappy. You know what I mean? So like my personality is like more of like a fun, jovial person. And the show really challenged me and pushed me to do things that I don't normally do. And like one thing that I learned is like, don't date your ex, right? Don't date who looks like your ex. Don't date what you're comfortable with, because that didn't work for a reason. So just be open. And that's something that, for me, defying a woman in the South, defying tradition, it doesn't come easy for me. I hear shit all the time from my mom, from aunts, from, the matriarchs of the community. I mean, overall, they might be proud of me, but they give their criticism of certain things because they feel like you should be defined as a mother first and not as a person first. But I believe that, like one day I had like this eye-opening moment, and I was like, you know what, my baby's 10. In 7 years, it's just gonna be me. So if I don't create a life, and of course I'm gonna be a great mother. That comes without explanation, right, Sabrina? We do that without thinking about it. Like we wake up and we're already fixing their lunch and preparing for dinner without even actually thinking about it. It's like instant. But for me, I had to really learn how to think about me. And the show challenged me to draw a line in the sand and establish my boundaries. And what I thought before were my red lines really weren't my red lines. It was just like, what you call it, Paul? It was my prejudgments, right? It was like what I thought was okay with other people. So I appreciate the show and what it gave to me and how it challenged me to just go outside of what I thought was my box. So my box is bigger than what I thought it was.
Mm-hmm. Tyrone, did you answer the question? What's your answer, Tyrone? I don't forgot the damn question. What was the question?
Oh, one more thing. The show has made me made me rich, filthy rich. Thank you. Ready to love.
Okay. What was it? Because I don't want to mess the question. Do you remember the question, Tyrone?
Yeah,
Lies.
I think it was about what did you learn from the show or something.
Well, no.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what it
Lies.
was.
No.
Like what I thought I knew, throw the shit in the trash. You don't know shit. Try again.
Okay. Okay. Yes, Tyrone.
All right. I'm about to get real with y'all real quick.
Get real with it.
Thank you.
All right. So what y'all saw on the show was me at the end of what I thought was me figuring out life, right? Overcoming childhood traumas, feeling like I wasn't worthy, trusting women. That was me, beating PTSD, anxiety. What y'all saw was me on the outskirts of that. When it ended, I felt like just what Stacy said. I understand my boundaries. I know what I want. I know what I don't want. I know what's good for me. And I know what's not good for me. But that wasn't true. Ultimately, what I learned was that I will never, ever have a successful relationship unless I heal. And
That part.
what I mean by that was, and it's cool because I don't even get emotional when I talk about it anymore. What I mean by that was, I was coping in a state of pain and hurt, and I had lived in that state for so long that it was just normal to me. So what that means is since the moment I was 18, I had an alter ego. And I don't normally tell people this, but yes, I had an alter ego.
What was his
Um,
name?
y'all may know him as Freaky Ty, but
Oh yes, I
his
did.
Oh, let me
heard this.
tie.
his,
Oh,
Okay,
his
freaky.
name was King Booth. And what I
okay,
realized,
Oh.
was like I was so emotionally damaged that I did the same thing that someone that was physically abused would do. And they would create a split personality to mask the pain or to take the pain away. So, me growing up feeling unworthy, feeling like I can't trust anyone, feeling, dealing with a lack of confidence in myself, I created this person that was literally invincible, you know, can talk to anyone, doesn't need to care, right? Because if I don't care, then it ain't gonna hurt, you know? And I had to eventually let that all go and realize that in the end, one, it is me. I still can do all of those things.
Yep.
And I needed to go all the way back, identify why I was creating this alter ego, why this alter ego exists, and basically address all of my childhood traumas. And I did all that. Faced my parents, faced my biological. I found um, some siblings that I knew existed, but I didn't find them until I was 40. So there was just a whole bunch of things that I was dealing with in life. And, after the show, I didn't get to dwell in that space long enough. And now, you know, with all of the experiences that I've had just in the last 3 or 4 years with, you know, uh, being a single dad, traveling to see my daughter, things that are going on with my mom, business failures, business successes, the success of life. Um, at this point, I truly understand what the journey of life really means. And you understand that life is short. And over time, you start to realize it's not really about you having fun, but it's about how good of a person you can be, not just for yourself, but there's people that are watching you. Like I have a daughter, I have nephews, I have nieces, I have cousins. And when I was on the show, I wanted to be that representative. I didn't want anyone to see the freaky Thai side because I thought I had defeated that person. So what you saw was truly me, but it was, I guess you could say the good side of me, which when I'm watching it gave me confidence in knowing that that person exists and I can continue to be that person and still feel good about being that person. So yeah, that's the short story.
You know what, Ty? What I've been learning is that one of our generational curses is that we always like hold ourselves over accountable for things, like little things. And like when you go through this process on this show, you realize that sometimes all the things that you thought was wrong with you or you did wrong was really not wrong. Like your discernment, like even with Sabrina, we saw it happen before our eyes, right? I love it because Sabrina, you're an excellent example of discernment happening before our eyes. Like when your gut is telling you something, go with your gut. Like I feel like sometimes we hold ourselves to unrealistic standards and we're always trying to prepare ourselves for a blessing. And in that preparation, we don't realize that we're already ready for a blessing. Like it's this generational curse of like self-sabotage, I think, that happens to very many of us. Like it attacks us. And Ty, in listening to you, like I feel like in this moment of your vulnerability and your honesty and your sharing, right? I even feel like you were overcritical of yourself because how you felt was acceptable and you still overcame it. And maybe you were the blessing that someone wasn't the like what was before you. The table set before you wasn't prepared, like it wasn't properly prepared. But your prepared table is there. You know what I mean? So like in your moment of you judging yourself and critiquing yourself and preparing yourself, really the audience wasn't prepared for you. And you are that blessing and you are that gift to someone. And I think that what I love is that sometimes we like recognizing when one of our generational curses is like feeling accountable for shit we're just not accountable for, and deeming ourselves not ready for what we are in fact ready for. You know what I mean? So I feel like part of us blocking our blessings is us doubting our preparation. And so as soon as we accept the fact, hey, I'm ready, I did this, I did the work. Ty, we have seen you, not just on your season, but for several months, a year and a half, right? We've seen your work.
Mhm.
We've seen you digging deep, doing the work, going through the motion. And sometimes you gotta recognize the fact that it's not you that's wrong, or it's not you that's doing bad. It's just like something's not ready for you. and as a culture, like when we stop discounting ourselves, because I think like our biggest generational curse as minority people, as Black people, as disenfranchised people, is discounting ourselves and and the preparations that we've made and the work and our sacrifice that we've made. I think that we self-sabotage when we don't recognize, hey, we're there. But what's for us just isn't for us yet. And I truly believe, like, I can't wait to see the moment of your like I can pray that I am at the foot so I can see you receive your blessings. Like, I just want to be a bystander to see it, because you deserve what you've worked for. But not like to dismiss everything, but as in period, Tyrone, period, exclamation point. You are going to be so blessed that blessing is not ready for you. And as a culture, we've got to understand that. Like, we get so impatient. You know, like, this show has taught us to, like, hurry up for love. Hurry up. Be ready, right? And sometimes ready just ain't ready for you. Like, I want the best for you, for Sabrina, for PO, for Sharice. I want it. And I'm willing to sit back and watch it happen. Watch that manifest and watch it happen, because I will be you guys' biggest cheerleaders, and y'all better send me invitations to whatever y'all got going on, because I will come in person there. Even if you don't invite me, I'm crashing.
Stacy is preaching. She gave you your flowers, Tyrone. Yes. Yes.
Well, as black men like PO, Tyrone, I just feel like the world is so hard on y'all that y'all constantly move. Like, the world isn't moving the goalposts. Y'all are.
Right.
And y'all are self-sabotaging at a certain point. You know, it might not be right now, but at a certain point, like, y'all just feel like y'all aren't ready. Y'all aren't good enough. You still got work to do. You still got to dig deeper. No. The worthy person, your partner, just hasn't developed for you yet. You're there. It just hasn't developed.
That's a fact.
Mm-hmm. Tyrone, would you like to give lasting statements and comments before we conclude this live? Because Mama got to go to bed. I got to take the baby to school in the morning.
I mean, if I was to say anything, you know, based off of what I said, I would say, you all have an idea of some demons that you all may be fighting, right? Somewhere subconsciously, there's something that you're holding on to, something that you don't want to address, something that you're being strong for. And I would say address it before it's too late. You know, it's like, I always talk about this weighted vest, and everything that you can address, you know, it's one of the weights you get to take off the vest, and you get to walk through life a whole lot lighter. So it ain't going to be easy, but I would suggest you do your best to try to, you know, try to face it. So
yeah,
it's been real. It's been 4 hours.
I was about to say, I just want to say, actually, Stacy and I, we were talking behind the scenes in our private chat, and I just want to say that this was probably one of the best panels. It was so much emotion. I love that we can come on here and we can agree to disagree. I love that, you know, we all have different opinions. We have different personalities. I love that we can converse in a positive manner, even when we're disagreeing with each other. I just want to say that this was so amazing. I appreciate you guys, because when we do these panels, we do spend 3 to 4 hours sometimes on here. And I just want to give a shout out to you guys for saying thank you. Thank you for taking your time, because time is one thing that you can never get back in life. You can get anything else back, one thing you can't get back is time. So I want to say thank you to you guys for taking the time and spending it with me doing these panels. I appreciate you so much. The insight, the knowledge, the game that y'all spit outside of the reviews from the show, like just, you know, putting on, because somebody's going to watch this thinking they're coming to watch the review, but really they just got some gems, and it's going to change their whole perspective and how they probably walk through life later, you know, because of what the conversation, that 10-minute conversation we just had, you know. So I just want to say thank you guys. I love you. I want to give a huge shout out to you guys in the chat. Y'all have been rocking with us strong all night long, over 200 plus. Amazing. I love you guys so much. Thank you to the cast members from Miami this season. Y'all popped in the chat. I saw you. Thank you so much. I appreciate you too. We're going to go around the room before we end. We're going to let everybody know where you can find the panelists and who they are, and go, Tyrone.
What's up, y'all? Tyrone E. Wilson. You can find me at Ty Wilson 21 anywhere. It's always a pleasure. I'll keep it short. That's all I got, y'all.
P.O.
All right, you already know it's P.O. Potomac. You know, y'all can find me on IG, and to the cast members from Miami. Yo, I don't know how to find none of y'all people on IG, so please reach out to me so I can follow you. So I can follow your journey and see what's going on, please. Because it's very hard. I'm out here parked on IG at 100 sightings.
Yeah, I see them. I'm just purposely trying not to follow because I don't want to be biased right now. I just want to be focused on the
reviews. Yeah. Stacey?
Yes, P.O., please tell them, because some of their IG names isn't like their show names, so it's hard to identify who. And like, this isn't like, oh, reach out to me. It's not that. It's like, hey, help me to support you, because I don't know which one of these is you. It ain't exactly your government names. I don't know. It ain't your show names. I don't know. But yeah, no, I'm Stacey_B. I'm so excited for all of the new things that I'm doing. I've been doing so much lately, like on round table talks and news networks. So I'm excited about the future. Like, I love what the future holds for me and for all of you guys. I'm excited.
And just to let everybody know, I just got a message from Sharice. She said that her computer died, but she did want me to say goodbye and good night to you guys. You can find her at Sharice Logan on Instagram. You can go to her website and also her Instagram, Logan Skincare, and that's her business. Also, too, you guys know I am Miss Sabrina Soul. You can find me on Instagram, YouTube, Twitter, Facebook, and TikTok. All my handles are at Miss Sabrina Soul everywhere. And like I said, thank you so much again. If you have not liked this video, definitely give it a thumbs up. We still have 167 people watching. We have 157 thumbs up. Thank you so much. Let's 10 more thumbs up before you leave out. If you have not subscribed to my channel, I would love for you guys to join the Seoul Mate community. Don't forget to subscribe to Tyrone's channel. Don't forget to follow them on their social media. You can find all my deets down below in the description box, and let us know. Comment down below. If you have any comments you want to say to the panelists, make sure you put them down below. If you want to comment on the show, definitely comment down below. Other than that, we love you so much. We are here every Tuesdays at 8 p.m. and we will see you this Friday for the live reaction watch party that I will have with you guys every Friday at 8.